Ladies and gents, so Chief of EMPD Mkhwanazi, Julius Mkhwanazi, has just taken a break until 11, has just finished his testimony, and the commissioner said he'll come back next year. Now, it is possible that they will have another witness between now and 2 p.m., but most probably Minister Senzo Mchunu is coming up now. Initially, we assumed he would come up at 2 p.m., but it seems that Minister Mchunu is coming up right now at 11:35, 5 minutes from now. So we are hoping that this is so, but if it is not so, we will now watch whoever is on now right up until when Mchunu comes up at 2 p.m. very latest. So what will happen now is we will stay on for the next 5 minutes, and I hope that Mchunu comes on right now. Thank you for getting us to 70,000, and greetings. I see a whole lot of you who are on here right now. We almost close to 100 people in the last 10 seconds. Okay, so hi to you. I see Irene Finn, PK6TG. Hi Irene. Morning to everybody. Greetings to you and your viewers, Irene. So hopefully Mchunu comes up now, and if Mchunu comes up now, that is awesome, because we will have an opportunity of not just listening to all the long stories he will try and give from the beginning to give his context, but we'll also get to have much of the cross-examination, which is when we really get to the real stuff. So, suspended police minister on special leave, Minister of Police on special leave, Senzo Mchunu, is coming up now, most probably at the Madlanga Commission at 11:35. And if we are correct, then that's how it is. Christopher Matthew, I am well, my brother. Greetings to every history maker who's just joined us. We're listening to him, Mkhwanazi. Yes. So Mkhwanazi was being asked a very juicy, very scary story, but because of time, the commissioner moved it to next year. Dappy Dupree, hi. Greetings to every history maker. Come on and let us know. So we are looking forward that hopefully we go to Minister on special leave, Senzo Mchunu, who was placed on special leave because the allegations are that he suspended or disestablished the political killings task team in order to protect drug cartels, which through the Madlanga Commission, we now have two names from the Big Five. One is Kat Matlala, who is in prison, and KT Mulife, who is on bail, and there are other three numbers we don't know. Bless you, the good shepherd's sheep. My sheep shall hear my voice, and they'll follow. No other voice will they follow. And if they hear a stranger's voice, they will run away. Derek Foster, I enjoy reading that you enjoy our podcast. Grateful. So let's see, in the next 2 minutes, we will know if we are going straight into Minister Mchunu, because this is the only time that's available between now and next year. And I'm sure that the chairperson of the commission, recently retired Deputy Chief Justice Madlanga, wants to have as much time as possible from Minister on Special Leave of the South African Police Service, Senzo Mchunu, because after today he has to do his first report to the president, which includes, if he gets to those conclusions, referring people for investigation to the police. Now, what's different about this commission, unlike the other commissions of the past, is that part of its terms of reference is that Mbuyiseli Madlanga, retired Deputy Chief Justice and Chairperson of the Commission, does not have to wait for the end of the commission before making referrals for arrests, for suspensions, for firings, for investigations. Not for arrests, but to say, please go ahead with this case. In essence, lay charges, and then the police will have to do something. So that is what makes it oh man, I appreciate that. Bonsai, your podcast is and will remain the best. Yes, by God's grace it'll get even better. Amen and amen and amen and amen. So we are looking forward. Hopefully what we see next is definitely Minister of Police on special leave, Senzo Mchunu, coming to finish his story from Guyana, South America. Most of South America is Spanish speaking, except Guyana, which is English speaking. And its neighbor actually is also one country that speaks Dutch. But from Guyana, greetings, Clarence. Following you from Guyana, God is really by your side. Your biblical reference and interpretations are spot on. Oh, I appreciate it. Really have a deep interest to visit Guyana. And one reason is because it's easier to, some of the visits are easier because of language. I really want to go to Guyana. I've been following it for the last 10 years. Even before, the discovery of oil. So it would be about 5 years ago. And I really want to go to Guyana. Greetings, but let's come back. Police Minister on leave of absence. Many people say special leave. That is incorrect. Words have meanings. He was not placed on special leave. He was placed on a leave of absence. So, Police Minister on leave of absence is showing up now. I hope. I see Florence September is going with NKPTT. Okay, NPKTT, National Political Killings Task Team, which Minister on special leave insists that we include the word national. Bro, here's a point on PKTT I don't see anyone pick up on. The claim that PKTT was too expensive. So it cost 500 million over 6 years. Mkhunu wants them all placed in it. So what would the cost be? I think the issues about the cost of PKTT are a diversion. If this was about money, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be live. We wouldn't be waiting. Because that's an important conversation, but it's a different. It's not what we are talking about, right? We are talking about, did Senzo Mchunu disestablish the PKTT? We already know he did it in a very unprocedural way. Did he do that because he's trying to help more people get murdered so that they can make money? That's the only question. So the There are many issues that get brought up, but we wouldn't be here if it was those issues. We'd be watching normal parliament. So no, let's forget the expenses. Let's forget whether it makes it efficient or not. That's all what someone would hope we get off track in terms of due process. We are here because we want to know, is Mchunu helping murderers using his power? That's it. That's why we're all here. So, is it expensive? I don't care right now. I want to know, is the police minister helping drug dealing murderers or not? And so far, no one has given us a clear, nah, it seems not. Because everyone who's had to speak on behalf of Mchunu has spoken about costs, about efficiency, about structure, about all sorts of things, about who works for the CIA, about the king works for the CIA. I gave Mkhwanazi money. No, this is what we want to know. Is Ramaphosa's assigned minister an assister of drug dealing murderers? And we've taken this long so that we get to a it seems like it, or it seems unlikely, or absolutely not. Otherwise, I'm sure all of us would be going, I don't know, we'd be going for ice cream right now. B of 6 years in SAPS, full-time, the difference is the cost of having PKTT. Totally. Keep up the good work. May Yahweh bless you with wisdom and strength, wisdom and insight. I receive it. Morning, everybody. That's Percy Sidibe. When you're out, it's like that. Wayne Duncan. Okay. Hi, everybody. Okay, so this is really strange. I have never seen Madlanga be 5 minutes late. He said 11:35. This is 6 minutes later. This is encouraging because it means that they're probably trying to process a lot, which would make sense if Mchunu is coming. Hello, everybody. Irene, Christopher, Octavia, Dupree, Christo, Derek, Good Shepherd, Sheep, Fred Lottering, Clarence K-Star, Florence September, Wayne Duncan, Robert Noad, Percy Sidibe. Are you related to Leslie Sidibe by any chance? I know that's so silly that I'm not related to Honorable Shongwe of the MK. Colin Parker. Well done, Bonsai. Thank you for your news forecast. You give us a very clear picture of what is really happening in our beloved country. So appreciated. So appreciated. And speaking of appreciation, my greatest appreciation right now will be to see Senzo Mchunu's face. Because if I see Senzo Mchunu's face, it means we don't have to wait until 2 p.m. as we initially expected, because normally when they say in the afternoon, they start at 2 p.m. So I really hope to see Police Minister on leave of absence, Senzo Mchunu, whom the allegations that got our attention, yes, Bonsai, Shongwe, Wayne Duncan, I like how you managed to capture your voice with words there. So we want to know, did he cancel PKTT in collaboration with Cat Matlala and that whole machinery? With Brown Mkhwanazi and all of them. And of course, the usual is their corrupt relationship between him and tenderpreneur Cat Matlala, who is in prison right now at that prison in Pretoria, Kgosi Mampuru, who just gave testimony to Parliament, and I believe he's in prison for attempted murder. Can't remember. There's so much happening with this, all of this. I believe can't remember what he's in for finally. I think it was attempted murder, and he has a rap sheet that'll fill up an A1 piece of paper. All right, so Madlanga is almost 10 minutes behind when they said they would be coming back at 11:35. So we'll see. Nico Creel, good morning. Thank you for all your content, Bonsai. You're my favorite. You're my favorite, Nico. South Africa will prosper. Yes. Countries do fall apart because, fall apart because there isn't just one. I sought for a man who would stand in the gap, and I found none, so I destroyed the nation. And, even with the destruction of the city in Abraham's time, the negotiation had to be with Abram. Like, shall I destroy it? No, not if you find, and the negotiation went down to 10. And the city was destroyed. Well, he could have negotiated it down to 1, looking at the type of negotiation that was happening. And he could have said in the end, okay, but I'm here and I'm not moving. And the city would have been saved. So South Africa can be saved just because you stand there and say, South Africa will prosper. And that's my final word. I decree it and I declare it, and I moving, don't care what you say. And in the process, we're also doing some stuff. Now, we didn't have don't want to get sidetracked. We are waiting for Senzo Mchunu. Nico Creel, South Africa will prosper. You better believe it. So, we are waiting for Police Minister on leave of absence, Senzo Mchunu, to take the hot seat at the Madlanga Commission now. The first part may get a little boring, but don't get bored, because once they go to questions, what is wonderful about the Madlanga Commission is we have absolutely highly skilled top lawyers and advocates and retired deputy chief justice and commissioners whom you cannot play street hustler tricks with to get them off point and get them confused, take them in circles. None of those games work here. You can get away with some of that in Parliament because of course there you're dealing with politicians, and of course some will do a good job, and only few are trained as cross-examiners, and even then the format is different. But here we really get info because there's more legal expertise to deliver the right evidence, to deliver the right you get the right evidence, you get the right question. And does anyone have Madlanga's phone number? I think we need to call him now. Anybody with Madlanga's phone number? Let's give him a call now and just let him know whatever it is he's doing. Could the honorable chairperson, with all due respect, kindly wrap it up, because we've waited enough. Mr. Madlanga, sir, I think it's about time. And it better not be the guys who are supposed to be running the AV, the audio visuals, that are forgetting to press the stream live button, because now that, oh, we will go there. I'm just double checking for you that the delay is not the SABC guys. I feel nope, it's not them. All right, so okay, so Mchunu is on. Ladies and gentlemen, Mchunu is on, and I don't know what happened here. All right, let's go. My. I have no idea what that was about. Okay, let's hear from Mchunu. He's on at the Madlanga Commission, and let's get some answers. Let's get some answers from Mchunu. My humblest apologies. I don't know what that was about. No idea what that was about. We are South Africans. We have lots of patience. Wow. No, this time I've got to tell you, it was not their fault. And it was strange for me that they'd be late. But what will be wonderful is there will be no breaks here. When they take a break,
good morning
we'll
again,
continue.
everyone. We are ready to resume Minister Mkhunu's testimony. Can I request the media to respect the line once you've taken your shots? We want to give you the opportunity to take your pictures, but please remember the line 2-3 rows back. Thank you. And please, to members of the public, switch off your cell phones. Thank you.
Ms. Silo.
Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, Minister.
Good afternoon, Chair of the Commission and Commissioners.
I don't like the idea of having to look at the time before I greet somebody. In my language, it doesn't happen. Good morning, I'm sorry. Yes, Ms. Silo.
Thank you, Chair. For purposes of the record, just to state, we continue with the testimony of Minister Senzo Mchunu, which started on Tuesday afternoon, the 2nd of December. And because of our programming challenges, Mr. Mchunu was gracious enough to permit us to continue with the witness who was under subpoena for yesterday, and he is back today to complete his testimony. Chair, once again, for the record, when we started with the testimony of Mr. Mchunu, Ms. Lee Sigal Ngube was leading her, working with me. There's a slight change in the team today, and it's still myself, but this time I'm with Ms. Tabampuwe, Advocate Tabampuwe. But that should not impact anything at all. It will have no impact on the process. Chair, with your leave, there is something I would like to address. If anything, to correct the public perception that appears to have taken root out there. On Tuesday, when Minister Mchunu presented himself before the Commission, he was wearing a hearing aid. And unfortunately, the public has interpreted that in different ways, most of the ways exceptionally incorrect. I would like to place on record that Mr. Mchunu brought to our attention that, as with anyone, he has hearing challenges sometimes. And in order to facilitate engagement between himself and us on the one hand and the commissioners on the other, the Commission provided him with a hearing aid that is connected to the Commission system to enable audibility or to improve audibility. So that hearing aid that the public may see is not one brought by Minister Mchunu. It has not been provided to him by his legal team or anyone, and it is for no other purpose except to facilitate better hearing by him. So I thought it is necessary to put that on record and clear any misconceptions that may be there out publicly.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
I was about to ask where it is today. I see Mr. Michaels taking it across.
You want me to say something? To test? Okay. Are you comfortable? Are we ready to proceed, Minister Mchunu?
Very comfortable.
Thank you
Thank
so
you very
much.
much.
Thank you. Mr. Mchunu, as the situation was on Tuesday, you should have before you a file containing your statement that you had begun to testify on Tuesday afternoon. And then you have a series of files that are marked, 4 of which were tendered on your behalf together with your statement, and that contains your annexures. And there are 3 other files, and these are marked exhibits. And those are the documents that are being tendered by the Commission or by the evidence leaders. As it is practice, as and when we need to refer you to any particular document during the course of your testimony, we will do our best to be as precise as we can and direct you to the correct file and the correct page. So for the moment, you don't have to worry about the fact that you are surrounded by 8 files. We'll find a way to manipulate our way through it, through all that morass. Turning then to your statement, when you left the Commission on Tuesday, you had gone as far as page 21. And as per agreement on Tuesday, you'll be given an opportunity to put across your version, but once again, as regards strictly the issues of the PKTT, and as stated on record, there shall be no engagement with you during that time until you have completed your version. And when I say engagement, it basically is to limit myself. I will not speak on behalf of the commissioners. The commissioners may, as it happened on Tuesday, ask clarification questions as and when it becomes necessary. Considering the time, and on my estimation, you should comfortably conclude that process in the next 1 hour, 30 minutes or so. And I just wanted to check with you whether that is comfortable. I'm not rushing you through the process, am I?
I hope you're not.
Okay. I trust we shall, and will attempt to do so. With those few words, then, I'd invite you to address the next topic of your statement, starting at page 22.
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Just before I proceed to page 22, I just want to go back a little bit to the comments that were made by Commissioner Khumalo but very briefly, and the comments that were made by Commissioner Baloyi. Just to say that when Commissioner Khumalo asked me to cast my eye on paragraph 8.10 of the Marai Committee report, I did so. And my reading of the paragraph, or that 810 says, task teams, I quote directly, should be subjected to an impact analysis by organizational development and strategic management in the province to ensure the feasibility of existing teams. This was now 2024. They were worried about the state of the teams or some teams in some provinces, and then putting a mechanism for that. So my reading is that it is with reference to the provincial teams, the specialized task teams, and it is common cause that the National Political Killings Task Team is a national task team, and therefore doesn't apply to it. Commissioner Baloyi spoke about the existence of murder and robbery at the time or up to the end of the year 2024 when I wrote the directives in relation to the structure, the new structure that had been developed after we came, to say whether that murder and robbery was in existence or it was still to exist in terms of the new structure. And I do want to confirm that beyond any doubt, even as we negotiated the new structure or discussed the new structure during our orientation and up to the end of the year, the murder and robbery was in full existence, depending on a province here and there, but it was in full existence. And I point us to that as evidence. Even on the 12th of July, during the orientation, the presentation that was made clearly indicated that it does exist, murder and robbery was already in existence, apart from all other evidential documentation that I've given to you. And of course, even at that meeting, there were comments like the letter was issued at the time when there were discussions in relation to the establishment of murder and robbery. And in the past, there was a unit called Brixton Murder and Robbery Unit, which was dealing with the issues of murder and robbery, and it was doing very well. These were part of the discussions that ensued as we were holding our discussions. But this is an extract from the evidence given by Deputy Minister Matlala at the Ad Hoc Committee. It is on paragraph 58. But I do also have this document at my disposal, which is a 2020 structure at the beginning of the previous administration. I don't know whether commissioners have. It clearly, like the one that I was putting, it clearly indicates that the structure, the murder and robbery that we're talking about did exist in column 3 in this document as a section, as I was explaining, or murder and robbery, and then there are other sections below that. So these are part of the material evidence that show that there was indeed meant to be murder and robbery, and the department was making efforts throughout at officials level to build murder and robbery. That is why even in 2019, as in fact 2018, as just 2 months or 3 months after the establishment of the NPKTT in September, they then commissioned a study, because there was this intention all the time to ensure that you build murder and robbery. Now, the last matter...
Just a second there, Minister.
Yes.
We've just been given
I was about to address that. We've also been given
documents.
documents relating to organizational structure, and another one also addressing organizational structure, but that one is dated 2025. To place on record, during the course of lunch, I take it that with the submission of these documents, the minister would like to have them included in the record.
Yes.
We will work with the attorneys to determine whether they are part of an existing annexure or how best to mark them for purposes of the record. And then we shall update the commissioner's files as necessary over the lunch period.
Just a suggestion, perhaps they should go to the minister's annexures file.
Yes.
And then you can just give a letter if they relate to, for example, annexure 22.
Indeed.
Then you have a 22A and whatever else.
We shall do so, but I guess we will have to satisfy ourselves that they are relevant to that particular annexure. Otherwise, we'll have to find out. Yes.
Only if they are, yes.
We definitely will do, Chair.
Thank you. Minister, I interrupted you.
Thank you very much. The last preliminary issue, just before I get to page 22, is just to bring in yet another document on interministerial committees as of February this year, but reflecting the position as we started the new administration, that confirms that the interministerial task team or ministerial committee on political killings doesn't form part of the list that we have on political killings. There are all others, but except that one. And it was on the basis of that understanding when I issued the letter of directives as of 31 December last year that that was the existing position at the time. I now want to proceed, therefore, to page 22.
Sorry, Minister, before you do so, you've accepted my invitation and responded to it. It's the first preliminary point you addressed. Because our proceedings are transcribed, you were responding to a document that appears in file 2 of 5, your annexures on page 201, and it is paragraph 8.10 of the Murray report. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Minister, the document you just referenced, just to confirm, is it one of the two that has been submitted, or is that yet another?
It's yet another.
It's yet another. Yes. We trust that will be provided with copies thereof, and we shall treat it in the same fashion as we do these two. Thank you.
Now, page 22 addresses, which is the next topic, the role of the minister vis-à-vis the role of the National Commissioner. In discharging my ministerial responsibilities as Police Minister, I have at all times understood the constitutional and strategic framework governing policing, including my authority to determine national policy and to issue directives to the National Commissioner within the framework. And in this regard, I've also made my own personal efforts to intensify my understanding of the environment as appointed to police department. And I want to point out right at the beginning that we dispel the notion that the Minister of Police has no operational, although I put it inside italics, has no operational role whatsoever insofar as police are concerned. It will be remembered, it is solely for that reason that I make that statement. That powers, and there was no civilian and ministerial control over the functions, which resulted in grave abuses of human rights. Our Constitution departs from that particular history and places the police firmly under the public control, and the police reside under a political head for a good reason. That was one of the significant changes from the old era, the apartheid era, to the new era of democracy. And it was meant to, among other things, mitigate against what we had experienced as a nation throughout the apartheid era. Section 206 of the Constitution addresses the political responsibilities for the police service. Subsection 1 therefore states that a member of cabinet must be responsible for policing and must determine national policing policy after consulting the provinces or provincial governments and taking into account the policing needs and priorities of the provinces and determined by the provincial executives. And then Section 207 deals with the control of the police service, with subsection 1 and subsection 2 providing as follows. The President, as head of the National Executive, must appoint a woman or a man as the National Commissioner of Police Service to control and manage police service. The National Commissioner must exercise control over and manage police service in accordance with the national policing policy and the directions of the cabinet member responsible for policing. So those two sections are very clear in my understanding, and I worked on the basis of what I understood them to mean. Then there's Section 207, which establishes the civilian secretariat and provides for a civilian secretariat for the police service, which must be established by national legislation to function under the direction of cabinet member responsible for policing. So according to the Constitution, Minister has three distinct powers. Firstly, it is to determine national policing policy. The second one, it is the power to direct the National Commissioner when exercising his or her powers in terms of Section 207 of managing and controlling the police service. And then thirdly, the power to direct the civilian secretariat for police, which secretariat must be established by national legislation. The Constitution does not prescribe the content of the national policing policy, and this is left to the minister to determine the content. The policy must, however, take into account the policing needs and priorities of the province, and clearly the Constitution contemplates the all-encompassing policy that sets the framework for the operations of the police. Now, I just want to indicate that we developed the policing policy in the course of last year, completed it, signed it off, so it is in place. There are other sections that are relevant and are important, and I propose that I don't necessarily go through them one by one. Section 2 and 3 of SAPS Act, and then the Constitution and the SAPS Act, which indeed envisage that the policy and directions of the minister will be enforceable by, in the main, the Secretariat. And also, in paragraph 67, I make reference to the nature of the directions that the minister may issue to the National Commissioner. Now, which I'm saying are not necessarily specified in terms of the content. And of course, other issues that arise in the exercise of power by the minister. Now, I want to proceed to paragraph 68.
Yes.
Therefore, the National Commissioner's operational powers must be exercised in accordance with the directions and policy issued by the minister. This is not surprising, a surprising feature of the Constitution. And at the heart of Chapter 11 of the Constitution is the need to place the police service under the public control by imposing political oversight, as it has happened over time during the advent of our democracy. This is apparent from various provisions dealing with the police and providing extensive powers to the minister responsible for policing, like Section 206, 1, Section 206(3)(e), 206(8), 207(2), and 207(3), and 208, all those subsections. The National Commissioner has the powers contained in 11(2)(d), and this is an important paragraph in my statement. He has sections, he has powers contained in Section 11(2)(d) of the SAPS Act to organize and reorganize the service into various components or units or even groups. But that power contained in 11(2)(d) is not relevant to the issue of the National Political Killings Task Team, because this team was not established by the Commissioner in terms of those powers at 11(2)(d). I have indicated above that this was solely established through the intervention of the President and then who established then the Interministerial Committee chaired by the Police Minister, and then who then decided that there should be a structure or a mechanism called a Political Killings Task Team. Now, in the light of this framework, my oversight of high-level structural and governance issues, including a 2019 work study, proliferation of unmonitored task teams, budget effects of temporal structures, and the proper location of specialized functions within SAPS fell squarely within my constitutional responsibility. My directive of 31st December 2024 must be assessed with this constitutional and statutory framework. The allegation of overreach is rejected. Now, paragraph 71, during the latter half of 2024, so before I go to that, not only did I believe that as I wrote that directive, I was within the Constitution and the legislative framework, but I did consult Special Advisor, Advocate Vusi Pikoli, who then indicated comfort in terms of the exercise of that responsibility based on what is indicated by the Constitution and by the legislative framework.
Sorry, can I just clarify this? The consultation with Advocate Pikoli, was it on the day or prior to the decision?
It was on the day, but on the day, it was merely a culmination of what we had been discussing over time, where we were discussing the actual role of the minister in terms of the powers provided by the Constitution, something that we were doing on a regular basis in our meetings. And I did hold a number of meetings with Advocate Pikoli, not only on this subject, but on other relevant matters, especially taking advantage that I have a special advisor who happens to be an advocate, which was a coincidence that doesn't necessarily obtain with all other special advisors.
Minister, if I may interject, I'm not sure whether you touched on the issue of Advocate Pikoli in passing only, or whether that's where you intend to be in your statement, because I would like to refer you to your next chapter, which you have headed Human Rights Concerns Emanating from the Public. I think the issues that you deal with under that heading are important in considering your eventual decision to disband. So I think we should take some time and you highlight aspects of that. For the record, Commissioners, the extensive engagement with the issue of consultation with Advocate Pikoli starts much later in your statement at 162, and when we get there, you will say more about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. During the latter half of 2024, that is just after we got appointed to the Ministry of Police, we began receiving a series of complaints and reports from civil society as one group, from whistleblowers, from SAPS members, from members of parliament, and from members of the public. These reports raise concerns about human rights abuses by members of the National Political Killings Task Team, among others. They raise concerns also around issues of governance, failures affecting various temporary and ad hoc task teams. And those included, but not limited to the NPKTT. They were raising issues across SAPS, especially on task teams. They formed part of broader pattern of structural issues within SAPS that required ministerial attention. The complaints from various complainants varied in content and in emphasis, but they shared common themes, namely unmonitored task team operations resulting in grave human rights abuses, as they alleged, unclear reporting lines in terms of who do these task teams report, and allegations of overreach, duplication functions, and significant strain on SAPS resources. It was clear to me that most of these complaints arose from people who knew one or two things about police, or who felt a concern of one kind or the other around issues of policing in the country. Now, I need to add that they also included HR-related matters or complaints alleging some internal abuses within police, including within PKTT, and instances of criminality. Now, for the benefit of the Commission, I provided a list of some of the people, and I indicate, for instance, on 731 that one of the people who lodged a complaint was Lieutenant General Samson Shitlabana, whose complaints arose from his transfer from SAPS to the National Assembly, and there were some HR issues that arose there, and the issue was settled. We entertained it. I allocated Deputy Minister Matlala to deal with the matter, and it dealt with it, and it got settled. And the National Commissioner was involved in the discussions throughout. And then there was General Tio, to whom I allocated Deputy Minister Boshielo, and the matter got finalized. And then there were other people. You'll be a bit patient with me as I try to indicate the status of each of the complaints. Major General D. Mutli, who was component head of crime intelligence. Now, he made several calls. Ultimately, I met him, just myself, and he then outlined his complaints. And at the end of the session, I asked him, which was not a long meeting, I asked him, what do you want me to do with what you are saying? He said, I'm not expecting anything from you. I'm just reporting my matter is in court, and I want to settle it myself, independent of you, in court. And that's why we left his matters. And then there was Brigadier Shongwe, who was in charge of the secret account. His argument was that after all processes internally, he was indicating that he is on appeal to the minister. And then there was also General Khan, and I must say that that matter is still pending. And then there was an issue of General Khan, whose matter I got through a National Commissioner and Head of Crime Intelligence. That matter ended up in court with a challenge from General Khan, challenging expeditious handling of his matters, and he won the case, and there was an internal disciplinary hearing which cleared him as well. And that's how the matter was handled. And then there was also General Vuma, whose matter is still pending on suspension for several years now, and Mpumalanga Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Manamela, whose matter is still pending. And then other names to be submitted to the commissioners for confidentiality. I have here commissioners in this envelope. Other people who contacted us, and some of them we had a discussion on with the deputy ministers somewhere towards the end of November to say, what do we do with all these complaints? But many of them, or most of them, I met them alone at their request for strict confidentiality, because they emphasized throughout our conversations. So they would call and they will ask for a meeting directly or via other people. And then I would meet them. And they would emphasize that the matters that they are relating to me are highly confidential and highly sensitive. And then they would relate them to me. I did that throughout the course to the end of the year. And I put them in the envelope, and I would want to I intended handing them over personally to the commissioners, but I trust that you are trusted by the Commission, and I'll be looking at you as you do so, because I don't want the names to be exposed by any accident. I am making a personal appeal to the Commission to afford them an opportunity to meet them. There are 8 of them, and it won't take 8 days. It will take less than 8 days to hear them out. And it's important from where I sit to receive or to afford them the opportunity to do so. So that is part 1 of the complaints that we received. Then there were also complaints.
Minister, my apologies if I may interject. From a procedural perspective only, this is important for me to understand at the stage where now we engage the minister on his testimony, not having had sight of what's contained in the envelope, because it's strictly for the chair's eyes at the moment. I would like to know whether the minister is tendering the contents of that envelope in support of this particular heading, because if he is, then I would not have had opportunity to consider its contents, or whether he is just submitting those names for the commissioners to consider how to treat the persons whose names are contained in the envelope, and that whatever it is they say is unnecessary for purposes of our engagement as far as this chapter is concerned. Not having seen them, I don't want to stray way beyond the minister's statement as it currently stands, so I would like some guidance on how to treat that, the information that is in the envelope. And Minister, I'm not suggesting that I have sight of the contents. I just want to know how I deal with the contents of that envelope. Thank you.
We'll discuss over lunch, and we'll decide how to go about how we want to treat this.
Thank you, Chair. Duly guided.
Thank you. Just one more additional information. I did provide their numbers because I ended up just recording, because sometimes they would phone you in the car, and I would take the name and surname and then number. But quite a number of them, if not all of them, would have made submissions to or an application to the Commission to appear. So there may be correspondence with the Commission already from them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Noted.
The next person who also lodged complaints formally by writing emails to us was Mary Haas, who is an academic and a long-standing observer of policing oversight in KwaZulu-Natal and elsewhere. And she did send correspondence to me and to Parliament Portfolio Committee on policing from time to time, complaining about various issues. Among the issues that she raised was systemic governance weaknesses experienced or observed by her in policing, including task team operating in parallel and sometimes outside sub-formal command, oversight and budget structures. Her concerns outlined the issues later identified independently in the Marai report and SAP's internal governance discussions. Some of these complaints were quite serious when you read them, and at some point I did have a discussion with National Commissioner around these matters. I'm just indicating that she was one of the people who made submissions. And then there was another person called Patricia Morgan Mashale, who also sent a number of complaints on an ongoing basis, I think from July, shortly after we got appointed, sending a lot of material to us on a regular basis. And at some point, I requested assistance to understand exactly her standing and what her role is, and so on. But even after IGI, that is Inspector General of Intelligence, had indicated some aspects around her, I continued to receive and I continued to read, but I never actually sat down to deal with the matters that she was raising. I never sat down with her, nor did I have any discussion with her on telephone. I just received and looked and read what she was saying. And then the third and the last issue of these complaints arises from a Forte case that is alleged to be in violation of human rights. This was reported in media before I arrived, as I perused matters from attorneys from Bradley, Conrad Halton, Chiclaw firm. And some of these articles were carried by Daily Maverick, and we set out and indicate what they were all about, and I proposed that I don't go through everything there, but those matters are clearly identified. It is now public knowledge, I'm now on page 35, that Ms. Becker has since requested to give evidence before the Madlanga Commission about what she alleges as abuse and violation of her rights perpetuated by members of the PKTT during her arrest. In her statement before the Commission, Ms. Becker has detailed the extent of the abuse as she alleges she endured during her arrest, and Ms. Becker explains the abuse she experienced in Part B of her statement, paragraph 31 to 79, which I attached as SM16. So it bears mention that some of these complaints referred to in this statement were also discussed with the National Commissioner, as I indicated. Now, the challenge posed by these examples is this. The National Political Killings Task Team has for some time been credibly accused of systematic human rights violations. And I must indicate that it's quite concerning to hear stories here and there of members of PKTT or National Political Killings Task Team wearing balaclavas when they do some of the operations that you wouldn't expect them to do so, even though I'm not specific on the matters, but I'm merely indicating what complainants have raised in their complaints, the ones that are listed there. A culture that is not in consonant, in my view, with democracy and what is expected of police, and it's quite concerning. Hence my inclusion of this matter here. So my view is, and still is, it is possible for police, whether in units, whether in teams, to perform their duties successfully without having to violate any human rights. We are a country that has made a choice that we recognize human rights, that is rights of individuals in the country that must be observed as we police South Africa all the time. But I'm not suggesting that police shouldn't have freedom to or liberty to exercise their powers within the Constitution and within acceptable practices in relation to use of force whenever that is necessary. Now, I go further to say that I do have an understanding that there are arguments out there that it's preferable to keep the National Political Killings Task Team because of its unique focus and ability to combat organized crime. And I want to state it that that's a wrong argument, because the National Political Killings Task Team was not designed to combat organized crime in general, but they were established and designed to focus on political killings, which, in other words, killings which are politically related. And they have been doing that strictly just that, political killings or assassinations or murders that are deemed to be political related, not other matters, not any other matter, as it were. And I will indicate later through figures or some stats that make an effort to make us understand what the Political Killings Task Team was all about. But I don't think that it is fair to devote substantial resources to one category of killings in the country, which is politically related killings and not any other killing. When the evidence is that there is an urgent need to focus on all matters. Ever since I got, or we got appointed to the ministry, what the concern of Cabinet has been, the concern of the Portfolio Committee has been, the concern of the public has been, it has been a very high and unacceptable rate of murder in South Africa. That has been the concern that has been drummed into our heads all the time, and we believe in that the rate of murders alone, not just crime, but murders in particular, is very high, unacceptably so. That's why, among other things, I took the initiative of calling a meeting together with the deputy ministers of the National Commissioner in November and provincial commissioners and the deputy national commissioners, just to focus on 4 crimes that we believed by that time we had observed as being a major concern in the country. That is murders, proliferation of firearms, proliferation of, if I could use that word, of drugs in the country, and GBVNF. We focused on those only. Now, those kinds of situations or those crimes, as we identified them in November, they rather dictate to your conscience and yourself as a need, pointing to a need, maybe not exclusively, but almost exclusively, that you need to attend to those because they are the ones who characterize criminality in South Africa more than any other. When people say there's crime in South Africa, they're pointing to murders. They are pointing to these other three that I've indicated. Hence, our focus. Much as political killings, as identified in 2018, are important, there is murders of councillors and other officials at the local sphere. Much it is important, and it was important to attend to that. But there is a need to recognize that outside that number or that category of people, there is a lot that is happening. And therefore, we can't keep on focusing on just one category, which in my view is small compared to the other, as statistics will indicate. I then proceed to try to get deeper into the changes that were necessary and necessitated by the directive that I issued on the 31st of December last year.
Where are you now, Minister, in your statement?
I'm on paragraph 99. I'm proceeding to paragraph 99. A central consideration that informed my approach was the need to strengthen SAP's permanent structures rather than continue to rely on a temporal project. And this was based on observations. So by late 2024, it was increasingly clear that concentrating significant resources exclusively on politically motivated matters was no longer efficient or justifiable. Relative to the national burden of violent crime, political killings constitute a small proportion, and a broader systemic consideration was required. Now, by saying this, I do not mean that there is no need to focus on political killings. But I'm simply making the point that for me, the disproportionate spend on the country's resources for political killings, while other systematic murders are ignored, can never be justified. What I wanted to achieve and still do is a balanced approach to crime fighting, particularly where murders are concerned. If I could pause and just indicate three things about the landscape of murders in South Africa. One, it is to that, according to the Global Initiative, in the report they issued last year in April, they identify 4 categories of assassinations or murders in the country, that is in South Africa. One, it is organized crime that takes the largest portion of lives in the country. And they estimate it to 35% of murders in the country. This is followed by assassinations or murders within the taxi or around the taxi industry, which is estimated around 34%, which is a percent lower than the organized crime. And then this is followed by the third category, which is political killings, estimated at 24%. And the last one is personal killings, which is estimated at 7%. Now, if you put aside the global initiative and look at your own stats in South Africa of murders, they definitely fall within those four categories, by and large, which means that the highest category of murders in the country are those flowing from organized crime, whether it is extortion, whether it is in any other form, followed by taxi industry-driven or murders associated with the taxi industry, and political killings in the third category. This is the first point that I want to make in terms of the landscape. The second point I want to make is that there are 4 provinces that constitute about 83% of murders in the country. 4 provinces. It is Gauteng, where we are. It is KwaZulu-Natal. It is the Eastern Cape and the Western Cape. Those 4 provinces combined constitute continuously 83% of murders in the whole country. Now, so when they say South Africa has a high murder rate, unacceptably high murder rate, in fact, in terms of figures, we are talking about murders that occur in these 4 provinces. I'm not saying that it excludes the other provinces, but I'm just saying up to 83% just in the 4 provinces, all combined. Now, I now want to indicate in figures, I'm not sure whether I did ask that these figures, because it's for the benefit of the public to clarify these points as clearly as possible. I don't know whether I did that. If I did, I would request that these statistics be displayed as I go through them.
Minister, I think that the request had not made it through to us, but that shouldn't be a challenge. We will be able to project from your statement as we have it. Just so I understand, you have statistics appearing at page 38.
Yes.
And spilling over into 39. Firstly, under which paragraph, which statistics would you like to have projected?
I will just take the
101, paragraph 101,
yes.
After 101 or 102? 101.
101 first and then 102, and then I would request that I also take that graph on page 40.
Okay, we shall do so. If you could just give us a second. In the meantime, you can continue with your testimony as soon as, I think we're up and running.
Okay.
To just give it a second. Where's your... Well, not so soon, it turns out.
Okay, thank you.
But I believe you may continue as soon as it comes up, then you will turn your attention to the table.
Okay.
Thank you.
So at the end of the statistics that we will indicate, which will also take us to some of the figures that we have on PKTT figures, as we will be comparing, the summary that comes out of these figures and the graph, it tells you that between the years 2016-17 and 2024-25, SAPS recorded an average of 23,043 murders per year national. 23,000 and 43,000. No, 23,043 national. And then you go to KZN alone, the average there annually is 5,314. Now, this against the backdrop of the National Political Killings Task Team murders with an average of 18 political matters per year over years 2015 up to 2024. We were just indicating averages to make my earlier point after the statistics. I may as well, because stats are now here, to indicate what I wanted to indicate. So in one, you will see that from 2011 to 2015, we deliberately went back there to show that in those 4 years, political matters were 11. This was before the establishment of a PKTT. And then there are other categories like politically related cases and political related cases and so on, the total. But I want to jump to 2018 in the interest of time, the year of establishing, or the year in which PKTT was established. There were 14 matters. And then 2019, 15 matters. 2020, 15 matters. 17, 27, 11. And by 2024, you were talking about 7 matters, because the graph went down in 2023 of politically motivated matters, down to 11, and then to 7. Now, 102, indicates just in KZN, flowing from those figures above, to indicate that in those years, not political matters in KZN. You are talking about between 2011 and 2012. 2011, 2012, and then 2015 to 2016. You are talking about 18,396. Now, you compare, as I say, with the figure above, which indicates politically motivated matters, 11 and 18,000, in other words. Now, I'm not even taking those of the country, which is 85,000 at that time. But let's go to 2018, because that 18,000 is a combination of years, but I'm now taking 1 year. 2018, in KZN, there were 4,382 matters. Just to continue referring to the stats, in that year, in 2018, you had 14 that were political, that were identified as political. Just 14. But these are lives, of course, and I shouldn't even add just. It's 14 lives that were. But outside politically motivated, you had 4,014, 2018. Now, 2019-20, it's 4,859. And there were 15 matters in 2019. 2020, there were again 15 matters, political, in terms of politically motivated. But in the same year, in KZN, you had 4,859. Now, 2020 to 2021, 4,825. 2021, so the whole figure goes like that. But this side, by then, the combined figure is 27,494. Now, let's go to the graph, which is on page 40. Now, that is the graph that indicates matters over time in the country. So the top line is matters in the country as a whole. The next line, murders in KZN over time. And the red line is politically motivated murders. So, just the same as I've been saying, 2016-17 is 32 against 40,000, and 4,018 against that 19,000. And then you go 20 in 2017-18 against 4,382. And then 14 against 4,395. And then in 2019-20, 15,000 against 4,000. 2020-21, 15,000 against 4,825. And then 2021-2022, 17 against 6,000, which was even rising. And then in 2023 is 27, the highest. And then 2023-24, it started dropping to 11, and then down to 7. Now, we then say there, in summary, the figures demonstrate that politically related matters constitute a very small proportion of the national murder burden and even the provincial murder rate in KZN, where PKTT or NPKTT operates. Now, this supported my view that focusing significant resources exclusively on political killings through ad hoc temporal task teams was no longer sustainable, and that the expertise developed within the National Political Killings Task Team should be mainstreamed into permanent murder and robbery unit, which has political killings in its approval mandate as indicated on Tuesday, backed by our structure. Now, by way of further illustration, it is to be noted that SAPS releases quarterly crime stats, but for the for murders in particular, there is no breakdown on or categorization of the motives of the murder. Indeed, I would argue that motive is of secondary significance. What is important to note, and in terms of our mandate, is to reduce murders, is to deal with murders, whether of business people or from the religious community or from whatever category. That is secondary. What is primary? What you get paid for, where you earn your title as minister, and in my case, as an individual, as minister, is our performance in relation to the face of criminality in South Africa, the face of crime in South Africa, which is the murder rate, not murder rate of a certain category of people in the country, but murder rate. And people in South Africa would say, we are making an impact, we are working, not when we reduce just one category, but across. And this is in line with the Constitution of the Republic, because it doesn't distinguish which category, whose murder is important than which one. Now against this, which we had to really ask the question internally in our consciences, do we continue like that? So it was also my general understanding that in reality, as I indicated before, task teams are created to solve defined problems and not to operate indefinitely. And I've repeatedly indicated this matter. Now, ultimately, I was of the view that NPKTT's work should be wound down or wind up, and members should then be absorbed into one of the permanent structures. And in this case, it is murder and robbery under serious and violent crimes, which flows from the work study, which flows from the understanding of SAPs themselves, and the work that they had done over years, and so on. Now, when I then indicated in the directive that NPKTT is no longer serving the main concern, in other words, no longer addressing the main concern, and I put it as no longer required, it was based on the disjuncture that I was feeling internally, that in reality there is a disjuncture, and it's backed by figures. If you don't interrupt what is happening, you are actually saying this disjuncture must continue when you have power to exercise in the form of a directive to highlight the importance and the urgency to deal with this particular matter, hence the directive. So it was not out of not recognizing the work done by the PKTT, despite the fact that, as I have indicated, it's a small category of people in reality. But we do recognize the work that they did as individuals and as a team. But time to mainstream, as indicated by the structures of SAPs over time, had come. And we had to take a stand to say, let's now change in line with what is actually happening in the country in terms of murder and robbery. So it was in that context that I indicated no longer required. It was based on stats, not meaning to say individual members within PKTT would then be made to retire. It was time to mainstream them and go to murder and robbery and even use some of the experience acquired there to mainstream, especially in the 4 provinces, as I've indicated. And I still believe very strongly that we should persuade one another in the country that we mainstream, because reality is pointing elsewhere. Much as we can what is this? It is to sentimentalize or
sensationalize.
Sensationalized. The chair is very helpful, and I'm indebted to you, Chair. We should work beyond the emotions on this matter. Try to persuade us beyond emotions, and sensationalizing the matter. Go beyond that. Now, as I said there, I said to myself, do I play into those emotions, or I face reality? And where is this going to put me personally if I deal with this matter? Because I would be seen to be swimming against the general sentiment. There, I'm sure I'm getting it correctly. I would be seen to be swimming against the sentiment, general sentiment. But I said to myself, I don't believe that I was appointed for sentiment. I believe that I was appointed for honesty and for reality, as I see it in the portfolio, and then lead accordingly. So ultimately, then, we wrote in the manner that we wrote. So I've dealt with everything on page 41.
Yes, I confirm.
Is it we or I, Minister, when you say we wrote in the manner that we wrote?
I'm a humble person, Commissioner. I must say I, because I was really alone. So that I don't, the word we, I normally use because I'm with deputy ministers, but it is important to indicate that I didn't consult them in writing. But I have a hangover of we, but I was alone in this.
Minister, before you proceed, Chair, I see it's about 1 o'clock. However, if we turn a page to 43, I think a few aspects for the Minister to wrap up this sub-topic. And I would request perhaps a minute or two for that purpose, and we then may break before he deals with the question of resource and budgetary considerations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I will deal with paragraph 112, just for its relevance, because it talks about the former request. It talks about requests. I beg your pardon. Let me start with 111. There is a difference between the request for extensions leading up to 2022 and the request for financial approval in the absence of a concurrent request for an extension post-2022. For an example, the request for approval and request for funding for the period 2018-7 to 2020 December 31, and the period 2019 September to 2020 March 31. And there is a vast difference between the two, between these requests. The former category, the old ones, a request for extension, they are specific and detailed in their purpose, background, operational approach, composition relating to the task team in question, and estimated expenditure is reflected. On the other hand, the latter, that is beyond 2022, they were done without a concurrent request for extension submitted in the same function. They were simply requests for financial authority. There's a difference. You would read pages and pages in the older ones before you come to the finance part or the funding part. But post-2022, almost the second page, it's a request for funding. So those extensions got reduced to just requests for finance. And these differences are discernible. But I'm a resident of KZN, and I'm conversant with matters there, political and otherwise. And even without the benefit of any study or figures, the general conversation in KZN by the end of 2024 was that political killings are down. They were no longer part of the conversation as they were in 2018 and a couple of years after that, and general consensus that you would find in the normal course of conversations will tell you so, without any studies and without any figures. So 113 says mere approvals for funding are to be distinguished from formal extensions of the National Political Killings Task Team, and there is, to date, no work study contemplating that the National Political Killings Task Team should be transformed into a permanent structure intended to operate indefinitely. What there is instead, there is a proposal over years that you now must integrate, you now must allow National Political Killings Task Team to be absorbed by murder and robbery under serious and violent crimes. This is what we are saying in those paragraphs. But we are also highlighting sensitivity in terms of allocating resources of within policing, that it's a matter of concern and it's very important. So I go to paragraph 115. So following the work study, the intention was always that the NPKTT functions would be reabsorbed into permanent structures. Let me make this point. It may have been conveyed and received as disbandment and consumed as such, but the intention is similar to that one of 115, absorbed into these permanent structures as demonstrated in terms of what SAPS were saying in various memos over time. It was to absorb, it was to integrate, it was to do just that. But the term disband came in, of course, in the conversations right from 2019. It was not introduced by me alone. It was there in 2024 before I arrived. And as such, it got to be part of the conversation. Now, so that's why I'm saying then in those paragraphs preceding where I am, we're getting to the belly or this real substance that went into the processing of the letter of disbandment. But I proceed to the resources and budgetary considerations, and I'm not going to be detailed there because it's there. I've spoken about it, except to say that allocation of resources, I consider it to be
Minister,
policy making.
Oh, Minister, I had understood Ms. Sillo to say that you should stop
At this
just before starting with resources and budgetary considerations. Let us... yes.
Before we do so, Commissioner Khumalo's mic went on. I thought he's got a question for the Minister. Oh, all right. Otherwise, happy to. Thank you, Chair.
Let us adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Thank you.
Tiger 9, you missed nothing. We had an awesome policing strategy session with the Minister. It was wonderful. We saw all the stats, everything you would expect at a normal day-to-day, accounting report in Parliament. And he wanted us, the public, to see it. As Elena says, he was just pontificating for a long time. So he was just giving us a strategy lecture to show us that, yeah. So you missed nothing. So until he finishes, clearly his strategy is we shall suffer his strategy lecture. But we'll see you back at 2 o'clock when we initially thought he was starting. So it's awesome because we'll hear him at 2 o'clock. Yeah. So, yeah, we can't wait until they actually ask the real questions that I'm sure you have as much as I have. So it's going to be interesting to hear all of that. So yeah, 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock on the dot. What's awesome about Madlanga is that he starts on time. I think I should have seen that something was happening back then. So anyway, I'm gonna say hi to everybody before you go for your lunch. I'm just gonna say hi to one and all protocols observed. Tiger 9, South Africa will prosper. Yes, see you at 2, my tiger. And Percy, see you at 2. Elena Smith, see you at 2. YM DW. Okay, see you at 2, but you don't have the power. Oh yeah, no, I mean, of course. I think they're not gonna let this one slide. You wanna pull your hair out, Senzo? Sir, for Shabalala, no murder can really be considered small. Sure, he's saying, yeah, he's pretty much saying that. He's buying himself with stats. Oh, of course, he's buying time. And boy, did we suffer. Boy, did we suffer with the stats. Yeah. And I guess it's like, wow, if you're making... Okay. I'm not going to argue, no point. Mafumo. Yeah. And what do you make of that opening gimmick of having some secret name list to give to the commissioners, and now they must during lunchtime be figuring out what to do with that? What's that about? What do you make of that? Is this just another, does it seem gimmicky to you? Or you kind of think, no, maybe there's someone, like, what's up with that? Like showing up with a list that he never even gave to the evidence leaders, like to just put a thing together and drop it in the middle and say there are secret names, and like turning this into, you know, some kind of soap opera. What's your take? I don't know what that's about. Anyway, you know, because if he had those names, why not give them to evidence leaders? What's this, like, me and the commissioners have a secret? It includes the president's name or something. I don't know. And who is also picking up how he made sure that he just mentions Mary Diaz in 5 seconds because she already bombed in Parliament. But when he was at the Ad Hoc Committee, he really drummed her up like she's a great intellectual, and he took some of what she said. And now that Mary Diaz went to the Ad Hoc and bombed like crazy, he now includes Mary Diaz as a final, by the way, maybe number 30 on the list. And now he's talking about General Khan and the secret envelope names who shall not be named. Alright, so yeah, obviously as an excellent lawyer, the names, they come from Mary Diaz, so that, yeah, okay, I see that. It's very Boston legal. Boston, oh yeah, you're right. But I mean, it feels like, yeah, it does feel like TV drama, which, tell you the truth, that sort of stuff works in South Africa more than you imagine. So, you know, but it's not going to work to get him off the legal hook of the Madlanga Commission. Would love a bank account that just drops money in. Gillian De Bruyne, what bank account are you talking about? Are you talking about Julius Mkhwanazi, who received petrol money, 300, 500, until they brought out a bank account with like 20,000, 50,000, and emails for 66,000. And then suddenly he was like, oh yeah, that too. Have you ever received money from the guy? Yeah, you know, I'll say, dude, I need some petrol, you know, give me 300, 500. Oh, okay. Is that it? There was a funeral, so I don't know how much it was. You know, we had a funeral in the family about in 2021. I still remember a 50 rands donation that someone I knew at the time cent. And not because I normally remember 50 rands, but if someone's gonna pay for a funeral of a sibling, I think I'll remember that donation quite well. But he didn't remember it, and then when they brought it up, he was like, "Oh yeah, there was a 20 and the 50 and the 30. Oh, and I asked for the 66, but it never happened, which we don't know." Barney, you don't trust Senzo Mchunu at all. Yeah, such belated and desperate efforts on the part of Minister. I reckon he was supposed to put in effort with the relevant stakeholders post facto. Yeah, but also I guess certain things he had to do them after the ad hoc committee had happened. Yeah. What do you think about his testimony so far? Do you think we will get him today? You know, I think if it's up to him, he will turn this into a SAP strategy session for as long as he can. So, you know, I hope, yeah. But I'm sure the commissioners will think, no, but we've got to get to pointed questions. But now the commission finishes proper. I mean, these are, it's unlike Parliament that will go until 2 a.m. They stop just after 4. So, you know, I really hope he doesn't get to carry on with his lectures all day for another 2 hours. But I doubt he will, because he's already answered why he stopped it, and he's not gonna say much on immediately. You can't say too much on that. Yeah, I think we might get an hour, maybe. Let's hope for an hour and a half. But I'm sure the commissioners will try and get to the end. We are being punished here. Why acting alone? Oh yeah. The files, you mean dockets, what about the files taken? I guess you mean the documents that came up to Pretoria. Yeah, let's wait, we'll see. Barney agrees, part of the clique. Yeah. Yeah, no, Barney, definitely. And if you do wake up and decide to disband, it'll probably not be on New Year's Eve. Yeah, so guys, we'll see you at 2 o'clock. Cheers. Have a nice lunch. I'm just gonna go chat with my good friend Madlanga. Oh, sorry, for you guys it's Debbie. No, I'm kidding. See you at 2. Ladies and gentlemen, retired Deputy Chief Justice Madlanga, I call him Tambu, Prambu. Prambu has eaten. Prambu has looked into the secret envelope. He will tell us what the secret envelope is about. Prambu is coming now in 3 minutes time, and Prambu confirmed with me that in 3 minutes time he will be on, and Prambu also confirmed that he also wishes the minister will finish, but he can't push too much because of his responsibilities. But Prambu is sensitive to the fact that it's the last day. And so when I asked him, I said, Prambu, are we gonna get some of your grilling stuff where you speak slowly and you're like, did you send the letter to everybody? I asked you if you sent. So Prambu is the most sensitive to the record. How he speaks, number one, it's because he's Xhosa. Xhosa people tend to stress words. It's because in the accent, it's a hard accent in some ways. And so they tend to stress words in English. The accent comes through with the stressing of words. And they actually, Xhosa speakers will give you the nga, the G at the end of a word, like stressing, going. They'll say, I'm going. So he does that because Prambu is Xhosa. But number two, it's awesome practice for the record, right? So at no point in the record will you wonder if it's recall or record. So let's go. I told you Prambu will be on time.
Have considered the question of the brown envelope. We have decided to give it back to you, Minister, and to ask that you seek legal advice from your legal representatives as to what you want to do with it and the people reflected on the list. That's what we suggest, Minister. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, just to orientate us, before we broke for lunch, we were at your page 43. And we had just dealt with paragraph 116, which would then lead us to the next sub-item in that chapter, that you have headed resource and budgetary considerations. I would invite you to pick it up from there, but so we don't run into crisis time and into a crisis in respect of time. I would like to remind us that in putting forward your version, you still have a significant chapter to deal with, which you had procedure followed preceding the 31st December 2024 directive. The reasons for the 31st December 24 directive and the post-directive implementation. So those are the three main topics left. And just to remind ourselves, that's where we intend to stop, both with you putting forward your version and the engagement we are going to have with you, because it's those topics that speak specifically to the issues of PKTT. As previously placed on record, all other issues that you have addressed in your statement shall be for the second session of the Commission in the new year. The Chair will determine when that takes place. Your statement is extensive, and it will not be possible to deal with everything with appropriate and required depth if we were trying to cram it all in this 1.5 days. So I just want to remind ourselves what awaits us, and if you could structure, therefore, your summaries accordingly to fit in with your and my agreement as to how much time you need for that purpose. Thank you so much. I then invite you to consider from paragraph 117 and deal with that sub-item, resource and budgetary constraints. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. 117 taken together with 118 seeks to indicate that the issue of resources is of primary importance in a department like police, whether NPKTT is funded from the National Operational Center, which would affect the combat units within SAPS, or is taken from any other source, especially detectives. The principle is one, that we shouldn't use the budget for what it is not allocated for and start picking up from different programs, because that is not allowed by Treasury. Then it affects performance levels of where money is taken from. If it's taken from detectives, for instance, it causes the standstill that is there in SAPS. Things like physical dockets, things like many dockets to a detective, which is very cumbersome, resulting into poor performance and convictions and all of that. Having made that point, to say the whole of SAPS resources are an issue that cannot escape my attention as Minister, because it is so important. I indicate on page 44 that if we continue funding National Political Killings Task Team the way it is happening, we are being insensitive to the scarce resources that we have for making sure that the whole of SAPS is as effective as it should be. PKTT or NPKTT, there's a budget items there just for 12 months requiring that amount of money. Just for S&T and accommodation, 40 million, 883,000, food and beverages, 15,193,000, incidental costs, 6 million, laundry, 1.2 million, overtime, 30 million, cell phone, 440,000. Now, this kind of expenditure concentrated in just one team, which is temporary, is unjustifiable. The budget for SAPS has been reduced by 11% over the last few years, and therefore it's something that should talk to the way resources are allocated. If I come to this year, for instance, I do want to display, I want to come to just one small or one page presentation which I asked for, just to show.
Minister, is that from your statement? Or is that a separate document you would like projected?
It's in the bundle. It's not. It's it talks to case management.
It's an annexure to your statement.
Yes, case management, and I'm not necessarily focusing on that. I'm just focusing on the results that we have on, especially convictions and so on. You have this document in the bundle.
I think we will project what we believe is the document.
It's an extract from presentation to the portfolio committee.
It's a two-page document, if I may.
And I'll present one page, it's the first page.
Okay, it's got section 1, case management, docket status, politically related cases. That's the heading of the document you want. Or are we in the wrong document? Perhaps let your attorney direct us if it is a specific annexure, and we will try and pull it up. SMP? 26. Oh. SM. While we obtain an electronic copy, Commissioners, that is, it appears at page 565 in volume 3 of the Minister's statement. Looks like this.
Okay.
Minister, we think we have located the correct document. Can you direct us to the correct page now?
It's just the first page of the two.
And under the heading purpose.
Under the presentation to the portfolio committee. I'm just taking one page.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Minister, we are going to project and then you'll tell us if we are at the right place.
Yes. Thank you.
Is that the page you wanted
That's
to
the
speak
page.
to? Okay.
I'm just wanting us to take this as a package. Number one, that is 119, which I've just presented, the expenditure pattern of the NPKTT.
Sorry, Ms. Silo, we are in the right annexure. Which page is it?
We are trying to locate it. We were provided with this. We provided with this two-pager. Minister Mchunu's attorney told us it's annexure 26. But what you have on the screen will not appear at annexure 26. It's an extra document that we've been provided with. But the minister confirms that that is the document he wants to talk to. So perhaps afterwards, once again, we'll have a conversation with the attorneys to understand where this particular document fits in his annexures. I'll propose that perhaps in the meantime, he speaks to what's on the screen.
So commissioners, I'm saying if we take 119, which is the expenditure pattern for 12 months for PKTT, combine it with the point that I've just made of 11% reduction of the operational budget of subs, and add this slide, you'll see what's happening, or contextualize, or use this slide to contextualize what we are saying. You will see that in a context, what's happening with the budget of subs is that it is nominally increasing, but in real terms it is getting down as a result of demands of policing and the population. So if you look at this slide, you will see that when you look at work done, you look at the slide from the perspective of work done. Cases that are finalized under investigation, other, and then you have 191 that are finalized over. You have 333 dockets over the period since 2018, and then 199 finalized, which is 57%. But out of 191, there are 56 where the guilt verdict has been given, which is 29% of the 191. And then the last line, figure 3, if you could push it up a bit, you will see that out of 333 dockets, you have 56 guilty verdicts, and then that constitutes 17% of the 33 cases. Now, you can make whatever opinion and so on, but the thing is, when you look at it from the perspective of value for money in a context of a deteriorating budget, it will tell you that you rather have to review the way you want to use the resources in the department. That's the purpose of those. And then I'm
Sorry,
adding.
Minister,
Yes.
just to make sure that I don't lose you, is what you're conveying with this statistic, are you conveying that the PKTT has not been successful? There's never been value for money from the beginning. Is that what you're seeking to show with the statistics?
Yes, in the directive, there is a half a sentence or something that says, that talks to the value for money. And if you look at stats, you look at the deteriorating budget, you look at demands which are affecting performance, you look at what we spend in 12 months for one task team, but then you look at the outcomes. It constitutes a doubt that you are happy with the value for money in that. And from where I sit, I felt I wasn't happy and satisfied with the value for money. And I may as well indicate here that when NPKTT was established, it was 2018, it followed an incident in which wherein Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi had just been murdered. But to date, we are yet to secure or see a conviction arising from that murder. As we speak, my understanding from the family, who are not distant from that family, you are talking about 5 suspects, all in all, on that case of 2018. 4 of those suspects are suspected for conspiring to murder, and then 1 is a suspect for murder. So at the moment, 7 years down the line, we are yet to see a conviction that relates directly to the first case, which was almost a test case when NPKTT was established, and there is none yet registered. But let me move on. And I do want to say that is not necessarily to say, personally, I blame NPKTT for that, because they're part of SAPS, and it merely indicates expenditure patterns vis-a-vis the actual results and so on. There is then a question of inequities in SAPS between task teams and between units. And I point out that if you continue with National Political Killings Task Team focusing in KZN, you definitely are duplicating. In as much as you may not want to accept that as a fact, but that is in reality what's happening. And it has been the case for some time. You have murder and robbery, and it is around 45 people or so. And then you have NPKTT dealing with murders at the same time. You rather rationalize and you spend once in a sustainable manner, and that is beneficial to the people. So you stop duplicating. But at one point, I said to the National Commissioner, murder is murder. Let's not create a false hierarchy in murders in South Africa as South African police. Now, I listened to the National Commissioner speaking here at the Commission and to Lieutenant General Khumalo. And as I listened, I got more and more squeezed internally when they repeatedly used the word traditional, that NPKTT doesn't use traditional methods when investigating. They don't use normal methods. They are using what has been put into NPKTT to make sure that they are as effective as all of us would be. Now, but they're doing that in a small scale, as I'm saying, dealing with small figures, and then the rest of the people with high figures, you subject them to normal investigation, traditional investigations. Even when you take blood samples, what do? They said it's 3 days for a political murder case, whereas it is 30 days for a normal murder. And look, I'm not going to be minister forever. At one point, I will go home. And if I come across murder, I'll be one of those whose investigation will be deemed as normal, as traditional, because it won't fall within this category. And the point is, are we on the right track? Is that justifiable, morally and ethical? And from where I stand, it is not, and not in line with the Constitution of the Republic. So the issue is, when you are in the space, normal space, listening to successes, listening to this, it is nice to consume that. But when you are alone, as minister, thinking things through, you in terms of principles, looking at things in a principled way, you come out empty in the sense that you are not able to respond ethically and morally to the question, why do you differentiate between murders? What justifies that? And therefore, murder is murder. There is no hierarchy. And subs must then subject themselves to that. So no 30 days for the rest of the people when you do samples, and then 3 days for politically motive. Because
Minister, just so I understand you, are you suggesting that a new method of conducting investigations cannot be piloted on a small scale before it is rolled out nationally? Because surely you must first test a new method's success on a small scale. And then if you deem it successful, then you roll it out across. Are you suggesting that that is not the correct way of doing things?
not really. I'm saying it is a correct way of doing things, but we should and could have done that some time ago. And at some point we should say, do it, because you have already created or established your murder and robbery, and long ago, but you keep on delaying. You must immediately do it, and there's no justification for you to postpone. There have been implementation letters, 2 of them, 2 assessments, but still not implemented. So it has been an experiment gone too long and not in compliance with the imperatives that we are facing now. So there's nothing, it's like going out there building a hospital, and then you put in surgeons and all the specialists and so on, and then the hospital all of a sudden does very well in terms of patients coming in and so on. But then you leave the rest of the population outside and you subject them to normal. And then you say to the public, I'm pleased that we are making progress and there's no other team or hospital like this one. But you know that all the other hospitals are not like that. I'm just making an example. And I'm saying that morally and ethically, it can't stand the test. And the longer we keep it, the more unjustifiable it is. And the experiment has been there for quite a long time. Now, I then move to 136. Those were the directives, 3 of them. Although we are now running with 1363, but there were those others, and they were selected because of their impact on crime in South Africa at the moment. I'm not going to go to each one of them, but I'm just highlighting the reason why 3 were selected. Ministry has a number of priorities, quite a number. But then from those priorities, I selected those. It was just for one reason. At the beginning of the year, 2025, just take those 3, focus, get rid of them, and then go to the rest because of their impact on crime in South Africa, and attend to them. And I'm glad that 1361, 1362 were attended as directives, and we worked together and we moved on, and we made substantial progress on both. The one that remained behind as a result of people changing their mind midway, we then diverted and sidestepped, and we are in that particular situation. But the 2 moved on very smoothly and made a lot of progress. I will deal with them maybe when I come back. Then there were several meetings that took place, 142, 144, 143, just highlighting our focus on matters, on firearms and on drugs, all those matters, up until follow-up meetings on those dates, as I indicate. Those were various meetings dealing with the same structures, priorities, and making progress. Still following that report, the Marai report on implementation. Now, I'm saying that on paragraph 154, I'm just highlighting the very same issue that as far as I'm concerned, there's a problem of compliance with Treasury guidelines. We get our budget allocated for this, and then we compel ourselves to use the budget for something else, which we can't keep on doing. It's not a way of running a department, a proper way of department, because it leads to irregularities consistently. And then decision finalization and the 31st. So by the 31st, by late December, we had gone through the work study. We had done the memorandum related to the PKTT, asking for money midway and so on. We had done with what accompanies the Marai report, the work study, the Marai report. We had done those meetings on the 1st, on the 21st, on the 22nd, listening to what PKTT, and even spoke, especially in the meeting on the 21 and the 22nd, on the 1st and the 22nd, where I indicated clearly the need to urgently review the status quo in relation to NPKTT from the macro point of view. And National Commissioner indicating that in any case, that was never a permanent structure. It was meant to be temporal, and that we should go that route. And then December 31st, the actual directives. And I do want to say that when I indicated with reference to the PKTT, I attached the word immediately. Just to clarify what, in my understanding, as I was sitting on the desk writing, and I would want to indicate to commissioners that I wrote this, although it's not the subject for today, but I wrote the directives, and I take full responsibility for them, all three of them. I was not influenced by anyone, anywhere, not by phone, not by anything. I just had said for 3 days, 29, 30, 31, and asked myself, what changes, what impact have I made on SAPS? This is my 5th month in the department. I'm heading for the 6th month. And I need to see qualitatively the difference that I've made. And then I wrote these directives wanting to select just 3 issues that would make further impact on the work that we had done, and not come to the department and just stay and not make any difference. And therefore, immediately, I know exactly where it came from. It says...
Minister, maybe here is my suggestion. It's page 476. SM20 in your annexures bundle.
In my
Yes.
annexure.
So maybe as you are talking, have it in front of you. It will make it easier.
Okay. It just comes naturally. It says...
Minister, to assist you, if you could pull out your file 2, do you have your file 2 close by? It should be marked 2 or 5.
Is it a different...
It's not with your statement. Your statement is a standalone
in
file.
another... Okay.
There's help coming.
It's fine. They will assist me.
So when we get to file 2, she's going to open page 476 for you, which is the disbandment letter that you issued. And it is that document that Commissioner Khumalo suggests.
Okay.
When you deal with these aspects,
I touch
you do
on
so
this.
with reference to that document. Thank you.
Thank you for guidance. Are you finding it? Okay, good. Yes, thank you. So I won't go to, oh yes, this is the directives themselves. Oh, I see, thank you. The meaning in this context of immediately is not as that of switching the light. Switch off that light immediately, and you go to the wall, you do so. That is why, from where I sit, immediately can't be read alone in the directives. It needs to be read with what I requested from the National Commissioner, saying, go and prepare the preliminary report, and then also later, after the preliminary report, there should be MINESCO. MINESCO is where Minister and Deputy Minister, that is ministry, sit with top management, so that we consider what I have taken a decision on immediately. So immediately would then mean the decision has been taken immediately. then prepare for those two things. So when you read that immediately alone, you remove the preliminary report and you remove the UNESCO meeting that was attached to that very directive, immediately loses meaning as in the directive.
I'm sorry, Minister. I want to understand your use of immediately. What do you say immediately relates to? Does it relate to the disbandment, that is disbandment immediately? If not, what do you say it relates to? I'm not sure I understood you.
It relates to a decision having been taken. So saying to the National Commission, take note that the decision has been taken immediately. The decision.
So it is you that acted immediately.
Maybe let me put it like this to explain. It doesn't say, for instance, with immediate effect. It says immediately, meaning this decision has been taken immediately.
So the way I'm sitting, I think the two mean the same.
But in the context, especially when you attach the preliminary report, which is not required as of 31, it is required for another date, and then the UNESCO, it clearly sends a message that this immediate is not like switching off. It's not like whoever is driving.
Minister, when I studied or was taught English in my younger days, they would say an adverb. What does it do? It modifies a verb, I think, and an adjective qualifies a noun. That's the grammar I was taught. So your immediately is an adverb. So which verb in your sentence does it modify or does it relate to? That's where I want to be sure of what exactly you mean. Because as the sentence stands, it follows immediately after the verb disestablished. And ordinarily, I would read that to mean that you want the task team disestablished immediately. So the immediately relates to disestablished. So that's what must happen immediately. Now, with those views and a little bit of grammar insofar as I understand it, can you try to explain and make me understand your use of immediately?
It says immediately, yes.
Yes.
But then, because I understood that immediately is a process, it denotes a process, there would definitely be a process which the National Commissioner needs to speak to or respond to. It is immediately, but pointing to two futuristic events. The preliminary report, if you like, you would say, oh, okay, it's immediately, but not before the preliminary report is presented, or not before the UNESCO, because otherwise, what would be the meaning of writing, asking for a preliminary report, if it was not indicating a timeline? It was indicating a timeline. Immediately, the decision is taken. The decision has been taken immediately, but then the process itself will be as indicated in the letter. Otherwise, I could have written this and stopped it immediately, and it would have given a different meaning. And anyone who says, yeah, what is any other meaning here except exactly what it says, immediately disband now and everything. But once you say it's like saying pending a preliminary report, pending the UNESCO meeting. But of course, that is immediately. And in the context of government processes, you use these words, but
it can't come to a screeching halt, as it were. It will have to.
Pardon?
I'm saying what you are saying, basically, Minister, is that it could not come to a screeching halt.
It wouldn't.
All right.
It wouldn't. And
all right, Minister, thank you. I was
you.
not interrogating you. I just wanted to understand your use of immediately. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I, Minister, can I just follow up on that? I do apologize, Mr.
No, it's
now
quite
that
okay.
the
Thank
chair has started there. You, and it's on the back of this discussion with the chairperson, how you're explaining what you contemplated with the use of immediately. Now, there are two things that you ask the National Commissioner to do. You say he must give a preliminary report on the 20th of January, and then the last act in execution of your decision is a final and closing report that must be submitted to a late meeting in January 2025. Now, in the interim report, in the light of this discussion with the chair, what did you expect to see in the implementation of this instruction? What do you expect to see in the interim report?
I was expecting just any kind of a response that would give effect to the directive. If not, any other response from the National Commissioner. And I must say, I've done this even in other departments a few times, even in a meeting, to say, DG, we've taken a decision now. We have immediately taken a decision. And I would even ask, how long would it take you? A week? I'm the first one normally to say a week. And DG would say, Minister, 2 weeks. And I would say 5. Because I've come to understand how officials of government work. They work very hard, but not without one form or the other of relaxing. Sometimes in a situation where you really feel the pressure yourself. So I was expecting that National Commissioner would respond. That is the word. He would respond to the directive. But in particular, indicating how this would be given effect, how it would happen from his perspective. Simply because even if I left it in earlier where I was explaining the powers of the minister vis-a-vis the powers of the National Commissioner, but they are the two sides of the same coin.
Yes. And, okay, I note what you say. I guess we'll have a further discussion. And then you've told us what you would expect, you were expecting to see in the interim, in the preliminary report. And then in the final report, which must come in January still, it's a
Yes.
close-up report. What do you expect to see there?
I was expecting to see, first, get the outcome of the preliminary report. Depending on the preliminary report, then we'll move to the final. I knew that this is quite a tight time frame, but it was deliberate, just to highlight the urgency, to highlight the importance, to highlight what I wanted to draw the attention of the department to right at the beginning of the year. I knew that, as usual, there would be flexibilities in the process. At one point, as an example, I wanted us to hold a workshop, a 3-day workshop, in February or so. But as time went on preparing, they then said, management said, no, Minister, let's hold this workshop in March or something like that. Even the summit, police summit, we didn't hold it at the time that I had indicated first, or we had indicated first as minister. We held it much later. It happens quite frequently that as minister, you want this period and you pronounce it, but then the officials, when they implement, when they operationalize, they find that they come back to you, they propose a different time frame. It happens quite frequently, and I hope not just me alone, all of us. So that,
I'm sorry,
Okay.
I'm sorry, Minister.
Okay. No, I was going to hand back to Ms. Sill. I just wanted clarification of what you were contemplating, and I note your explanation. I guess we'll have further discussion about it. But I think I'll hand back to your evidence leader.
Ms. Sillo, just to say, this does not mean that we have started engaging.
Indeed.
Just a sort clarity.
No.
And
My
colleague Commissioner Khumalo says that he too wants something clarified. We will.
And I just wanted to point out that I think when Commissioner Baloyi indicated she wanted to say something, and I do appreciate that we haven't finished that session where the minister gives his version. But at the same time, it is necessary that we introduce some logic to how we approach things. So in light of us trying to, or at least the three of you trying to have a better understanding of that paragraph, that last paragraph, I too have some questions. And I wanted to say, when I put them to the minister, it's all clarity-seeking questions, not so much that we have started to engage, but I'll do so after Commissioner Khumalo. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, Minister. Again, still only seeking clarity. I have difficulty with your explanation that immediately refers to you having made a decision immediately, because I'm going to read that sentence. This is what it says. I therefore direct that the political killings task team be disestablished immediately. So my reading of it is that you were directing that something be done immediately, not that you were saying you have made an immediate decision that something must happen in the future. So if you can just...
Definitely, that is part of what immediately, in terms of the decision that has been taken, would mean. It would mean start thinking about the process, start preparing the report, start, aligning yourself with this or any other kind of response. So it indicates that even though we are not stopping now, everything switching off now, but switch on the process.
Does it also mean if you have different views, then engage me on those views?
Obviously, it will mean that exactly, because in any decision that the ministry would take, you open it up for engagement with the management. That's why the second meeting after the preliminary report would entail UNESCO, so that we have engagements on the matter to assess whatever would have come up from the preliminary report.
We will come back to the directive, but for now, I'll give back to Advocate Sill.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. And by way of clarity, still on the same paragraph, my one question has in part been asked by Commissioner Khumalo. My second question still on that paragraph, and I refer you to the sentence relating to the filing of the preliminary report. That sentence starts with a word further. You state further that a preliminary report in this regard be submitted. Now, in the context of trying to understand what immediately means, I would like some clarity as to further to what must a preliminary report be filed. My interpretation of that paragraph is further to the immediate disbandment, a preliminary report must be filed. I want to test my understanding with you. Would that be a correct understanding, or do you think I am completely misreading that? Precisely because you say further. It doesn't say to be disestablished immediately and that, or whatever, and that a preliminary report be filed. It says further, comma, so that has to imply it is further to something. And going back into the paragraph, I am trying to determine further to what. And the only thing that my logic tells me is further to the immediate disestablishment. So I just want to test my understanding with you.
I want to see this sentence.
Okay, it starts, let's start.
Observation. Oh, yes, I see.
Yes.
I see the sentence. Further, so I therefore direct that the political killing system be disestablished immediately.
There, correct.
Meaning decision taken and then processes, but further to that, going forward, or note, in other words, then prepare preliminary report.
Also, so what would precede the filing of a preliminary report is the immediate disestablishment, which, as you say, means that to start the process of disestablishment.
Only.
Only.
Other than switching off.
Okay. I'm clarified about the meaning you attach, as I guess as the Commissioner pointed out, Commissioner Khumalo. Perhaps we shall revert to this paragraph over the course of today and tomorrow. But in the meantime, I am aware that you have not completed your version, putting forward your version, and I'm not laying the blame at your doorstep, Minister. I accept that perhaps an engagement started earlier than you had anticipated to finish that exercise. So would it be fair to grant you perhaps 5 more minutes to wrap up to enable the process to move forward? Thank you.
Let me try that. On reasons, therefore, on page 56, I think I'll leave it as it is. And page 57, I've touched on budgetary matters to then go to what is in what I consider to be important, paragraph 114.
Yes.
To indicate that on paragraph 114, since the letter required a report to be prepared by the 20th, and given that I would be on leave, this is a direct quote, because I'm now indicating what happened after. Until I would be on leave until 14 January 2025, I instructed Brigadier Litoko of my office to forward the letter from the Minister to all Deputy National Commissioners, including Lieutenant General Sibia, to instruct them to prepare the necessary report. To me, that kind of response from the National Commissioner was a response which resonated with the letter and spirit of what I had written in terms of the directives on paragraph 114.
114 of your statement, Minister.
It's, is it?
It can't
Yes,
be.
I'm reading. I see that it's 58, 56, 57.
Minister, may
I don't know what
invite you
happened,
to
but-
page 59 of your statement, page 59,
Yes.
and if you have regard to paragraph 176.
Yes.
My understanding is this is what you've just spoken to now.
Yes, the mistake I've done is to make a quotation outside this. I'm
Oh.
sorry about that. I see the
It's fine.
error that I
It's all
made.
right.
So we're on paragraph 176.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. To say what then happens on the 3rd, it's that there is then the directive now of the National Commissioner to his staff in the office to say, write such and such a letter and inform Deputy National Commissioners and follow, and inform them accordingly, which indicated to me two things. One was that we were one with the National Commissioner. When I received the news, or when I got the indication that the National Commissioner has instructed Brigadier Lutoko as early as the 3rd of January while he was on leave. That was just a couple of days after the letter of the directive in relation to PKTT. And then the next thing is 16 January. Well, that was a separate meeting, and the 17th. I will come back at some other point on those. But what is important is on page 60, paragraph 179, wherein it says, on 22 January 2025, National Commissioner finished a comprehensive memorandum to me acknowledging receipt of my 31st December 24 directive. Now, I want to go to paragraph 180. And then I took that directly from the report, preliminary report of the 22nd, where the National Commissioner says the following, I quote, "In conclusion, the task team has undeniably achieved and far exceeded the purpose for which it was established. No other task team in South Africa has achieved the success nor has been able to investigate and ensure the successful prosecution of perpetrators of politically motivated murders. The directive by the Minister of Police to disband the National Task Team has been noted. The initial objective and the directive by the President has been achieved, with a noticeable decrease of political-related killings in KwaZulu-Natal as a result of the National Task Team's intervention and relentless pursuit of its mandate. The South African Police Service remains responsible for the finalization of those dockets in possession of the task team, as well as the finalization of the dockets which are currently before court. The following steps are being taken to wind down the task team without compromising pending investigations or court processes. The 128 dockets which are under investigation and allocated to the National Task Team will be retained by the task team, and investigations will be finalized, and audit will be done of those dockets still under investigation in order to establish which dockets can be returned to the station of origin or allocated to other investigation units within SAPS. The current capacity of the National Task Team will be gradually scaled down. The only personnel who are required to finalize the dockets retained by the national team. The scaling down of the team will depend on the 115 dockets that are currently pending in courts, with most of the court dates in the year 2025. It is anticipated that the team will complete the work before the end of 2025. However, seriousness of the cases and processes of court will indicate the course of action. So the 3rd and then now the 22nd of January, this is the response of the National Commissioner. And this is what I would have expected, and or any other kind of response. So what is evident here is from the disbandment report is that General Masimula indicates clearly in black and white that the objective has been achieved and what would then happen. But in particular, there was never an objection to the directive. So the letter as a whole No, the preliminary report as a whole doesn't indicate any objection whatsoever. He supported the directive in full. So on 5 March, we go together to the Portfolio Committee, we make a presentation on the directive, it is accepted by the Portfolio Committee, and on the 6th of March, we sit together, we discuss in more detail the presentation of the wounding up or wounding down of the National Political Killings Task Team and so on, which is now operationalizing the directive. All of that indicated that we were together, even on the meeting of the 7th, even though there was the additional docket, which was no longer in line with what we had agreed on the 6th. But the principle remained, it was never reversed, that what the National Commissioner indicated is being followed by all of us. But it was to say, don't add any other, because it will be counterproductive. We're winding down this side, we're adding cases through another door, and so on. But the principle remained so that it could be operationalized going forward. Now, I am now exactly where I'm supposed to stop, and I want to then close by saying, in the whole of this, the message that I was convinced with as we went towards December, and the lesson that I learned and the principle that I adopted and would want to stand by is that matter is matter. And that the shift from ordinary people on the ground, wherein we are seen to be servicing them, instead of being seen to be servicing people up the hierarchy at their expense, or be seen to be leaving them, is exactly what we are all complaining about, that we are creating an element of elitism in government, and we are creating distance, those of us who happen to be in government for that time being. We cut ourselves out of the people. The figures indicate who is dying, who is suffering, who is actually a victim of matters in South Africa. Is the majority of people. And therefore, don't drive resources away from the problem, because that's the core of the problem. Don't drive this service, don't drive this objective of stopping what is happening in the interest of a few people who, by the way, matter, but not more than the majority of people in South Africa. That is a principle that drove me and I embodied when I was writing this letter. And I sought to make a difference in the portfolio by following that particular principle, even if it would sort of be seen to be swimming against the tide in terms of the sentiment, the general sentiment. And I said, I shouldn't be taken away from a principle in favor of a sentiment that would subject the majority of people and would make me ask a question that I couldn't answer. I thank you very much, Commissioners.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, did you ever hold a meeting and have a discussion with the National Commissioner of Police and possibly other senior SAPS members with the agenda item being the disbandment of the PKTT. It doesn't matter if there were possibly other agenda items, but the disbandment of the PKTT being a focal point. Did you ever have such a meeting?
On the 1st of November, we discussed this matter, and I think there are attachments that point to the content of our discussion on the day. But it was not disbandment; it was review of the PKTT, and on the 22nd, it was the same, because at that time.
Apologies, Minister. Perhaps let's work through that answer with reference to the actual annexures. You referenced the meeting of the 1st of November.
The 1st of November.
You have attached a document marked SM1 that should be in your file 2 or 5. That should be the first document in that file. And it should read draft minutes dated 1 November 2024. Please, excuse me.
I don't see that file. I don't want to take a lot of time. That's 4.
Page 1.
Yes, I'm back.
Yeah, I was just drawing your attention. In response to the chair's question, you started with the meeting of the 1st of November. And I was pointing out that your annexure SM1 states that it's a draft minute of the meeting of the 1st of November.
Councillor, maybe check that the minister's got the right file. It looks like he's got the wrong document in front of him.
It should be 2 of 5. The minister's annexures, 2 of 5.
And in fact, you should have a tab marked SM1.
I don't see SM1. I see it. Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi.
Page?
The actual minute starts at page 96.
Okay.
And you
Yes.
see it's,
Yes,
okay.
I see.
So-
I see those paragraphs.
Thank you, Minister.
Yes.
I understood your answer. You'll correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
Your answer to my question whether you ever had a meeting, an agenda item of which was specifically the disbandment of the PKTT. I understood your answer to be that there never was such a meeting, but that at the meeting of 1 November 2024, what was discussed was the review of, amongst others, the PKTT. Did I understand you correctly?
Correct.
Yes. Indeed, let me take you to page 99 of the document you've just been referred to. I want to show that what is in there actually accords with your answer. I'll read the second paragraph after the bullet. So at the top you have the bullet point,
Yes.
and then you have the paragraph that follows. I'm going to read the next paragraph. It says, the minister further indicated that there must be reconsideration and review of certain capabilities such as the political killings task team, which are primarily about address serious crimes. There's something wrong there. He stated that subs should guard against creating structures/units based on specific category, whilst these duplicate the existing capabilities, bracket, e.g. tax killings, political killing, all being about murders, close quote. So I'm saying that this actually accords with your answer. Now, let's move on. From then, that point, that is from 1 November 2024 up to and including 31 December 2024, did you ever have any other meeting that discussed the disestablishment of the PKTT?
We had a more or less similar meeting.
Similar, meaning still a review.
On the 22nd.
Still about a review.
Yes.
So effectively, or perhaps before the question I almost asked, Minister, what was the relationship, working relationship of course, between you and the National Commissioner from the time you became Minister of Police up to the 31st of December 2021? What was the working relationship like between the two of you?
It was what I could describe as a very good relationship.
Very good working relationship.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, on the 31st of December 2024, you surprise everybody within SAPS, in particular the top management, with your decision of that day. And you do this having a very good working relationship with the National Commissioner of Police. You accept that that is effectively what you did. You as it were, if I were to be metaphorical, you drop a bomb like that.
Not exactly.
Not exactly.
Not exactly.
Why not?
The reason is in the narrative that starts from 2019 with anticipated reintegration of the team that had been established, then extending. The narrative was always that the NPKTT, right from the beginning, is for 6 months. And then it gets extended another 6 months, then a year, then another year. But in the minds of management, in the minds of SAPS management combined, both from the ministry and from management, it is anticipated, it is expected, it is something that we should be doing, even when you now had teams functional, murder and robbery. But so, yes, maybe an element of surprise, but not exactly, because it's something that has been in the mind, has been spoken about, and it has always been something that we could do anytime, just required somebody to come forward and say, the time is this one.
Minister, the PKTT is in existence, and for the time when there would be interministerial committee meetings at which the PKTT would report, it was always praised throughout, correct?
Yes, correct.
And in fact, all of these meetings, let me say most perhaps, most of these meetings are post the one event you referred to which is what was that report? The
Marai
2019
report.
the work study.
Or the work study.
Most of these meetings go into the 2000s, and it's not just one meeting. They go into the 2000s. And the work study is in 2019, am I correct?
Yes.
Yes.
It started in 2018.
So beyond the work study that you partly rely on, the PKTT is being praised at meetings of the Interministerial Committee, correct? Correct?
Yes, correct.
Correct. Now you are suggesting that because something had happened or had been said in the work study, therefore, senior management of SAPS must have expected that you could just drop what I will continue to call this bombshell, even though they have been praised throughout, right up to the time of the last meeting of the IMC. No, they were actually expecting a disbandment. Can you seriously say that, Minister?
Come again, Chair, on the last part.
I am saying, Minister, right up to the last meeting of the IMC,
Oh, yes.
which was in the 2000s in terms of
Yes.
years,
Yes.
they were being praised.
Yes.
And this is way after the work study report.
Yes.
So what I'm saying is, surely if they are being praised, Minister, they can't expect that, oh, but we're going to be terminated the very following day. So what I'm putting to you is, on what basis can you seriously contend that they must have been expecting that the PKTT would be disbanded? Just on what basis? They are being praised for what they do. On what basis could they think, despite our performance, good performance, insofar as I'm not talking about Dr. De Haas and other people,
Yes.
you know, and I'm by no means judging what they, Dr. De Haas and others have said, not at all. But I'm saying, in accordance with the assessment of the IMC, they are performing very, very well. On what basis can you seriously suggest that they must have been expecting that they could be disbanded any day?
Now, firstly, on the basis that subsequent to, and I'm careful, you will correct me, just shortly after the letter of the directive, National Commissioner in the preliminary report says they have achieved what they were supposed to achieve, which is not something that I think just arose after the directive. It would have been there, noticed and identified. That is my point number one. In other words, and secondly, I would say, on the basis that, therefore, they would have been seen even by management not only to have performed very well and commended, but have achieved what they were set up to achieve. And this is backed by stats, the deterioration, the decrease, substantive decrease, especially in 2023, of political matters, indicated by stats, down to 11, and 2024 down to 7 matters. So, and though on the basis, sheer basis of the problem or the challenge for which they were established, and then discussions in the meetings in November, there would have been that kind of understanding that they have achieved their role.
Minister, I have a serious difficulty with that answer. You see, if you were giving us that answer having consulted with them and they had said this before you took the decision, your answer would make sense. Your answer does not make sense because it's something that you get to know after you had taken that decision. So on that basis, I say, or I suggest to you, Minister, that your answer does not make sense. Would you accept that? You knew nothing about what General Masemula would say after you had taken that decision. So that means nothing insofar as your decision is concerned. Do you accept that?
But if you refer to the meetings of November 1 and 22 November, I wouldn't necessarily agree with you that it was a surprise and given all the background, because we're already now in November.
Minister, please, I don't interrupt lightly.
Okay.
But I'm not talking about what had happened before now. I am asking a question that relates to what you say happened after you had taken your decision. So I do not see how you now go back. I'm saying, your answer that General Masemula says, what the PKTT was set up to achieve had been achieved, sort of aligns with your decision. So I'm saying that answer to my question does not make sense, because what General Masemula says post the taking of your decision could not have been a factor in your mind or could not in any way have informed your decision, because you get to hear of it after you had taken your decision. So I suggest to you that the answer to my question does not make sense. Do you get me now? Do you get me?
I get you very clearly.
Do you agree with my suggestion to you?
I would say the answer to your question lies not necessarily on the meeting, on the preliminary report on the 22nd January. It lies in the meetings in November, before I wrote the directive of the 1st of November, the 22nd of November, even though it was not directly a disbandment, but the answer lies there, that there is this review, there is this discussion, there is this anticipation.
Was a point, Minister, ever reached at the November meetings?
Pardon?
Was a point ever reached at the November meetings? November meetings which were about a review. Was a point ever reached at those meetings or at any other meeting before 31 December 2024 that there should be disbandment? Was such a point ever reached?
My argument, sorry.
Was such a, please, not an argument, just a response to that question, and it's a very simple one. And a yes or no could do, unless you must explain. Was such a point ever reached, Minister, that there should be disbandment?
I would say many times, Commissioner.
Before 31 December 2024?
In the sense that
when you are the minister, I'm talking about when you are the minister, let's forget about the work study.
Okay.
And I don't even agree that there was anything that there should be a disbandment even there. But anyway, the November meetings up to 31 December 2024, was a point ever reached? So I'm giving you a timeline. Was a point ever reached that the PKTT should be disbandment? Was such a point ever reached?
No, it was not. That point was never reached, except in context of what we were discussing.
You see why I'm asking you this question? Because you keep going back to the November meetings. That is why I want a categorical answer from you, whether a point was ever reached that the PKTT should be disbanded. So your answer is that no such point was ever reached.
No such point was ever reached directly, as you ask.
Well, thank you. Now, my next point. You have a very good working relationship. I'm using your exact words. Who, with the National Commissioner, Minister, who do you think was best placed to brief you, that is, to brief you on whether or not the PKTT should be disbanded?
Now, that
bear in mind that you have a very good working relationship with the National Commissioner of Police, our entire police service, the South African Police Service. You have a very good working relationship with the person who heads it. Who do you think was best placed to brief you on whether the PKTT should be disbanded?
it would be, I would be informed by discussions, I would be informed by conclusions on those discussions, not necessarily to say, come and brief me on the disbandment, but if I needed a briefing. But I took it that the discussions that we had had by that time informed all of us that that is the imperative that we are getting to. Looking at organizational structures, looking at where we were going, somebody needed to take a decision, and I took the decision at the end of the year.
Minister, I'm not sure that that answers my question. I want a clear indication on a particular warm body or particular warm bodies. And I try to assist you by making a specific reference to the person that heads the police, of which you are the minister. I'm asking for a warm body, or warm bodies, that were best placed to advise/brief you on whether the PKTT should be disbanded. Or does the long explanation you give suggest that as you sit there, you take the view that there is not a single person that you thought would be best placed to brief you on whether the PKTT, a task team of the South African Police Service that the National Commissioner heads, should brief you? Are you saying, as you sit there, there is no such person? You were entitled to just take the decision without at all being briefed by a particular person that should have been best placed to brief you?
Commissioner, I would
So the question is two-pronged, as it were. I've not dropped the first part, which is, who do you think was best placed to brief you? And then there's the second prong, which is, as you sit there, are you suggesting that there's no such person?
No, I'm merely saying we had discussions, in other words, briefings from the National Commissioner in November, and we were agreeing that there should be a review, but it was not particularly on disbandment. And if there would have been identification of the need for a briefing before, it would have been.
Again, Minister, I'm asking about a person that would have been best placed. I'm not asking you about what was done or what was not done. Who is the person, who is the functionary that would have been best placed to brief you? That's a very simple question, Minister, please.
It is the National Commissioner.
We all know you did. We all know that you took the decision without asking him to brief you on whether the PKTT should be disbanded. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, if he was the person best placed to brief you, Why did you not ask him to brief you?
Now, this decision, as I say, flows from the 29th, when I finally took the break. 29, 30, 31, I write.
29, when you finally did what?
29 December.
When you finally did what?
When I finally took the break to reflect on what we had been doing all the time. So I reflect on the 28th, I reflect on the 30th, and I say, let me issue this directive, and then we will start engaging after. And in the meantime, there would then be space for all of us to engage. If it comes to a point where we have to review the decision through the preliminary report or something else, that I would be prepared to do.
If you were open to a review, what was the big rush?
Pardon?
If you were open to a possible review which could have resulted in the reversal of the decision, what was the big rush? You say 29, 30, 31, you decide. What was the big rush? What was the big rush, Minister?
The rush,
Yes.
if I could use your words, Commissioner, was to give an indication that what was supposed to have happened before and the wrongs that were going on in terms of budgeting and so on, let us discuss those at the beginning of the year, but the decision is being taken that we disband, and so that we now focus on the decision, whether we agree, all of us, on this, or we don't agree, it would be fine. I was flexible and I was open to that decision, but don't postpone taking a decision at the time that you think you need to take a decision. And I didn't see anything wrong in taking the decision, but open and flexible to whatever that could come after the engagements. There are decisions there are instances where decisions have been taken and you say this decision needs to be taken in the interest of the public, and then we will consult. There are such instances that have happened in government.
Minister, I still don't understand that explains the big rush, especially if you say that you were open to being convinced that the decision ought not to have been taken. Why start with a decision and await a possible reversal if you are convinced? It just gives me the sense that you were in a terrible rush. So my question stands, why the big rush? Why this terrible rush?
I wouldn't.
I don't understand.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say it was a big rush. It merely was an exercise of the power to issue a directive, which I could use and then have a discussion. I didn't see anything wrong with a decision and then we discuss.
Minister, you ministers don't issue directives for directives' sake. Why could you not rather say to the National Commissioner, National Commissioner, I am minded to disband the PKTT. Please tell me why I should not do so, and only disband the PKTT if you were not satisfied with the reasons that he gave you. Why did you not do it that way? I just don't understand this inverted decision, as it were. Decision, but I may be convinced to reverse it. That doesn't make sense to me. Why did you not say to General Masemula, General, I'm minded to disband the PKTT. give me reasons why I should not do so.
Well, I didn't think that particular way, Commissioners. I thought that I would give the directive and we would sit down and have a discussion as indicated in my letter. And I didn't think that was constituting any offense or that it was in breach of any law, as it were, or in breach of the Constitution.
Minister, did you not realize that the disbandment of the PKTT would have serious implications, both in terms of the work that it performed, in terms of all the dockets that it handled, at all of the various stages at which they were? Did you not realize that?
Well, I didn't write anything about dockets.
This was not a decision like, let us buy a generator for the department, you know. It was not that, yes, that too has financial implications, but I think the implications of disbanding the PKTT would be far-reaching. Do you accept that that is so?
I didn't indicate anything about dockets because I understood that when I issued the directive, it doesn't have immediate implications on what was happening in relation to dockets, and it wouldn't have, because that would be a subject of discussion in the preliminary report and subsequent meetings that would take place. This was a mere decision to say, let's start the process of engagement, in other words.
Insofar as you were concerned, the effect of your decision would be down the line, as it were.
That the effect of my decision would be assessed properly, engaged on after the decision in the preliminary
if
report.
it were to take effect, and I'm saying if it were to take effect because you say there could have been the possibility of a reversal. So if it were to take effect, it would take effect down the line. Do you accept that?
If there would be,
if your decision were to take effect, it would take effect down the line. Do you accept that?
yes, I accept that.
Yes. This takes me back to my question as to, it's not as if once you said disbanded immediately, your decision would take effect immediately. So if that were the case, I go back to my question, why did you rush and say disbanded immediately? Why did you not invite input on whether there should be a disbandment at all?
Commissioners, the letter itself, as I've indicated, clearly got written with a fair space for engagement. As I said before, it was not to say stop everything as of now, minding that it was 31st of December, and it says let's engage through the preliminary report.
Exactly my point.
Yes.
Exactly my point. Why not engage before? Why rush to the decision to disband immediately? Exactly my point, Minister. But I will move on. Maybe let me leave my colleagues, perhaps will deal with the disbandment issue and your letter later. I have a few other questions which may not be few because of necessary follow-up questions. General Sintumule told us that there are more than 10 task teams nationally. Do you accept that this is indeed so, Minister?
Agreed.
Thank you. Is there any other task team that you have disbanded?
There is a unit, not a task team, that we disbanded. the police inspectorate.
I'm talking about a task team, Minister. Is there any other task team that you have disbanded?
There's no other task team that we disbanded, because the only one that we could talk about was MPKTT, because the other ones were established by National Commissioner and they fell within his purview.
I'm not sure I understand that answer. I read your statement, Minister, to say that you can operate even in the, or put it this way, you say that this idea that you cannot play a role on operational matters is incorrect. You say so in your statement.
Yes.
And some of the operational matters would be matters that concern the purview of function, obviously, of the commissioner, and indeed anything that relates to whatever the national commissioner may have done. Would that not be correct? To the extent that you say that constitutionally, because you say that you can act even operationally, you say that comes from the Constitution. So constitutionally you say you may engage in operational matters, correct? That's in your statement.
That is not to say practically go and constitute, decide who must get into the team, who must go and be based where. That is away from
No, Minister, no, please. I'm just saying, you say in your statement that the Constitution empowers you to play a role even in operational matters. Does your statement not say so?
It says so, but in italics.
Sorry?
It says so in italics, and I want to emphasize that it meant that you...
So you may all right, let me listen, yes. Let me listen, Minister, yes.
Yes. It was to say that while you have your constitutional duties and as identified by the Constitution, and the National Commissioner has his duties, but you don't operate with the Chinese wall between yourselves. It is the two sides of the same coin, as I indicated. Therefore, when exercising your duties, you are aware of how they will impact practically, or yes, practically.
So you are saying then,
Operational,
Minister,
yes.
oh, sorry.
Yes, operational.
Operation. So you are saying, I'm taking you back to your point about not having disbanded any other task team. So effectively you are saying that even if a task team may be operating in the most criminal and horrendous manner, you would never ever disband it purely because it was set up by the National Commissioner.
No, I'm not saying that. There would be an engagement, there would be a discussion to say what is happening here, and let us discuss what we are getting in terms of what this task team is doing, or what is happening around this task team, either because it gives us bad image or for whatever reason. Then we would engage, because that would be a task team established in terms of 11(2)D.
And if the National Commissioner dug in his heels, you would throw your hands up in the air and say, I'm not disbanding this task team because it was established by the National Commissioner.
Not at all. We would engage further.
No. Let's take you to the very end point where even you are satisfied that further engagement is not going to take you anywhere. So the National Commissioner is digging in his heels. You would throw your hands up in the air.
Not at all. It would
What
mean
would-
that we are now incompatible. And because the National Commissioner is appointed by the President, I would go to the President to say we are becoming incompatible with the National Commissioner based on 1, 2, 3. And then he takes a decision.
I will leave it at that because I was tempted to say, and then a new National Commissioner is appointed, and that National Commissioner is happy with the existence of that task team, but I will leave it there. Because I just want to test this idea that you can only disband task teams that have been created by whom, by the way?
Yes, you can only...
Task teams created by whom?
Yes, you can only disband the task team as minister.
Created by whom?
Created by first.
Because you, the minister, cannot create any task teams.
No, I'm saying this one, as I say, was not created by the National Commissioner. It was created through the intervention of the President, then the task team, the interministerial, and then deciding that there should be a mechanism.
But that's what informed the decision. But
Yes.
the actual creation would have been in terms of statute, and where would that be? It would be in SAPS, and it must have been by the National Commissioner ultimately. It may have been informed by what the President said, that filtering down to the IMC, then that filtering down to the National Commissioner. So this must have been created by the National Commissioner as well. Because statutorily, there is no way that something called an interministerial committee could, as a matter of law, set up a task team. That is not possible.
They took a decision, commissioners, that there should be a mechanism in the form of a
But
task
the
team.
actual creation in
Operation,
law, the
yes.
actual creation in law would have been by the National Commissioner.
Operationally. He would be operationalized.
But in law, Minister, it would have been created by the National Commissioner, in law. Yes, it would have, the creation would have been informed by the IMC decision, but in law, the actual creation would have been by the National Commissioner.
I see it.
You see, what I'm testing here is this idea that in law, there are some task teams that are created by I don't know whom, and others that are created by the National Commissioner, and that those that are created by whomsoever, you are entitled to disband. But those that are created by the National Commissioner, you cannot disband. I don't understand that as a matter of law. Anyway, let me move on, Minister.
But I want to put just one point, that this one, NPKTT, the decision was through a directive of the executive side of government, and then it was operationalized. These other ones, National Commissioner can take a decision to establish and to disestablish. It has nothing to do with the directive of the executive.
I'll move on, Minister. You say the PKTT expenditure could not be justified. Did you compare it with the expenditure of other task teams?
No, we were dealing with the overall allocation of the budget, and I only complained about the management, the way we were managing the budget and allocating it. I did talk about less expenditure on detectives, less expenditure on other enablers. So it was not necessarily to be confined to a particular task team. It was spread in the whole organization to say we are not allocating the resources correctly here and here.
Minister, you have said the expenditure of the PKTT was not justified. I'm asking you a simple question. Did you compare that expenditure with the expenditure of other task teams? It's a simple question. Did you or did you not?
No, I didn't compare it
Thank
with
you.
other task teams, but I do want to say the reason to to remove the police inspectorate was exactly the same as that of the task team, the National Political Killings Task Team.
So, Minister, for all you know, the expenditure of other task teams could well have been significantly higher than that of the PKTT.
Come again?
For all you know, the expenditure of the other task teams could well have been significantly higher than that of the PKTT.
Or could be less.
But could be significantly higher also.
And could be significantly
No.
less.
Do you accept the possibility I'm positing to you,
Okay.
Minister? Do you?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you ever assess the continued utility of any other task team, that is of the more than 10 task teams, besides the PKTT? Did you ever assess the utility of the others, continued utility of the others?
Not exactly, but I'm saying it was in the form of assessing the organizational structures, all of them, and not necessarily one by one. Because even the PKTT, we didn't necessarily approach it as an individual team. We were approaching or defining the problem as that of, from the macro point of view, to say, what is it that we need to do with the structure? What do we need to do with the systems and so on? And as things came, we were then taking decisions as we reflected on what we saw as we were looking at the organization. That is how the inspectorate came in the form of discussion. It was not because we had an agenda item on any day saying, police inspectorate, we are going to be discussing it. It arose in our assessment as we were doing our work. And it came to our attention that there is police inspectorate. And by the way, what is it in the context of optimizing our budget? And later, by the way, what does NPKTT mean in the process of optimizing? And I'm sure there would have been any other that would have come as we process our thinking in terms of optimizing our budget.
Last question, Minister. I'm not altogether sure that the last answer answered my question, but I will not press. Last question. Why was the PKTT the first task team to be disbanded? In fact, first and only to be disbanded. But my focus is more on first. Why was it the first task team to be disbanded?
Now, I've indicated, Commissioner, that the first to be disbanded was not even a task team. It was a unit.
I said earlier, let's forget about the inspectorate, which you have said was a unit. I'm talking task teams, Minister.
Yes.
Why did you pick on the PKTT to be the first and only thus far, actually, victim of disbandment?
Now, we have stated the reasons that in our discussion, our assessment, our attention got caught by PKTT, and in view of us discussing the structure in relation to murder and robbery and all of the history that we have been indicating, and there is no other task team that fell in that particular category as we were discussing. PKTT had been almost 7 years and there was impact on the budget and other related matters. So it came. If there was any other task team that came, and I'm sure there would have been another that would have come later on, but it was this one that caught our attention, and we then discussed it.
Minister, when did, I know I said last question, yes. I hope this will be the last. When did the thought that I must disband the PKTT first strike you?
It was 29, 30, 31. On those days when I was no longer moving up and down, I was just sitting and reflecting on what we had been doing in the last 5 months. And I picked up what I thought were the most important things, especially by the end of the 6 months, and things that would have needed to focus on at the beginning of the year, and which had a lot of impact on crime. And we then said, I identified those three. But it was just a process that came when I sat down, 29, 30, 31.
Minister, why I'm asking you that is because or rather, the very day before, the first one of the 3 days that you mentioned, the 29th. So the very day before, the 28th of November 2024, December 2024, you were at a funeral, I think it was in Mbangeni, together with the National Commissioner of Police. And after the funeral, you wished each other well for the end of the year and so on. And you do not for a minute say to the National Commissioner, I am thinking of, in fact, I have decided to disband the PKTT. And starting tomorrow, I'm actually going to work on my document in that regard. But I know what your answer will be. Your answer is going to be, no, Commissioner, you are talking about the 28th, and the thought struck me only on the 29th. I was going to say to you, it is very strange that you did not mention the disbandment to the National Commissioner on the 28th. But I will not suggest it because you say you were suddenly struck by this thought on the 29th. I will leave it at that. But I find it very strange that on something so important with the sort of implications that you yourself realized, because you say you did not expect it, even though you said immediately, you did not expect it to happen there and there. On something so important with such implications that you would only have thought of it within 3 days of the issuance of your letter. So you think now and you act very quickly within 3 days. Poof, you've decided on an issue that is that important with all of these implications. I would, as I say, have suggested that at the latest, you should have mentioned this to the National Commissioner on the 28th at the funeral at Mbangeni. But I say I will not suggest so. You may comment if you want to.
Thank you very much. The reflections that I made on the 29th, on the 30th, and on the 31st were not necessarily out of the rest of the work that we had been doing, because those reflections were taking the 5 months that I had been in office. Now, and what was happening only was that I then got time to sit down for the first time in 5 months to think carefully, what is it that we've been doing? What is it that we need to do? What would be the impact or what has been the impact of what we've been doing? How do we enhance the impact, particularly at the end of 6 months and at the beginning of the year? So all these things come together. I'm seated, I'm not driving the following morning and so on. And then it comes to me that there are 3 things that I need to isolate and highlight that would make an impact in the first 6 months. It is these 3 that I ended up writing in the directive. And so it was not necessarily although on the 28th, as I say, I had no solid or I had not settled on any particular course of action, if any, until I then said, but whatever I did on the 29th, on the 28th, on the 30th, and on the 31st was merely summarizing what we had been doing in the past 5 months. And then I then isolated these 3 directives and I wrote them.
Thank you, Minister. We meant to adjourn now at 4 o'clock. We've not changed our minds on that. And even though there's a couple of minutes to spare, we think it makes sense to adjourn at this stage. Ms. Sello, is that in order?
It is in order, Chair.
And we have decided to again start at 8:30 tomorrow morning.
That's correct, Chair.
Let's adjourn and resume at 8:30 tomorrow.
Thank you.
Tomorrow is gonna be hot. No time wasting, no circles, straight to look. Already with what's been asked here, it's pretty clear that they are adjourning immediately, so they'll be adjourning at 9:30. No time wasting, no circles. Why are you repeating me? So we'll see you tomorrow morning. Did Commissioner say 8:30 or 9:30? 8:30. So tomorrow 8:30. Whoa! Tomorrow morning is going to be hot. I am glad. All right, so we'll see you tomorrow morning. Let me just say bye to everybody. Whew! Tomorrow is no jokes. I think what's really wonderful about Madlanga is, unlike parliamentarians whom you can play mind games with when you ask the question, you can't play those games with Madlanga, because all he's gonna say is that was not what I asked. So can we please go back to my question and ask that? Brain cells dying listening to this guy. So Skulta, Rugby, Thistle, Tiger 9, Elmina Grove, William Barker, Gerrit van der Venter, Bonsai Shongwe. Oh, okay. Bonsai Shongwe had a comment. It's been awesome. We'll see you tomorrow. It will be great to see you 8:30. I think tomorrow morning's the day we've been waiting for, and listening to Mchunu outside of secret name gimmicks, trying to downplay Merit Dihas this time. Clearly he has nothing to say except what he's always said, and it's very scary to me because he's not leaving us an option except I tried to disband the political killings task team to enable alleged murderers to keep murdering and destroying young lives and killing auditors, destroying infrastructure, and I wrote it to help them. That's a scary option. But it's getting to a point where I think we just need to start processing the 5 stages of grief. Because even waiting for him tomorrow morning to give us something else, I'm starting to think it's because we're dealing with denial. And then we'll have to go to anger and then bargain and then finally accept. But as things stand, there are many questions he can't answer because the real answer is no, I disbanded the political killings task team to help murderous drug dealers. Wow. Yeah, we're gonna have to process that psychologically, but let's not rush. Let's hear tomorrow. So no man can serve 2 masters, because either he'll love the one or hate the other, or he'll despise the one and honor the other. You cannot serve God and Karl Marx. What is Marxism? Marxism is what poses solutions by creating a binary of oppressed and oppressors in order to get power. And it's so evil because it's at the expense of let them die if they do, as long as we get power. It's got nothing to do with equality and any of that. It's about power. It's the use of anger someone by telling them that they are oppressed and you are fighting for equality, because then they will give you power. They won't get nothing, but you get power. That's what Marxism is. It's not an economic theory. It's a cult of power. So when the ANC talks about gender-based violence, it's got nothing to do with dying women. Just power. Right? That's why they've got to put it through that dichotomy. Because what? The women will give us power. They can die, get murdered, get beaten for 50 years. It doesn't matter, as long as we get the women to give us power. They can die, it's fine. Right? It's neo-Marxism. That's why they call it gender-based violence and femicide. Right? It's the same neo-Marxism they use when they say, it's like we must just get power. That's what it is. And so we are watching it unfold, right? Because what do they do in South Africa? They do black-white dichotomy so that you give them all the support. They keep power. Someone says, why is the ANC still in power? Well, because Marxism is actually the easiest way to get power. You just tell someone, this one is your oppressor, this one's oppressing you, you get power. You don't care about what happens, right? If there's economy, you say, it's the whites who are stealing the economy. Why? Because the blacks will give them power. Will their economic lives change? No, it's not about that. It's just about power. So this is what it looks like, where we actually have to sit and be like, wait a minute, a minister can't answer and just say, No, I did not do it to help drug dealers who are currently accused of murder. And you're able to say why, and then when he explains, you like, yeah, okay, possibly not. We literally have this kind of allegation and the minister can't explain anything. Someone says, how is such a guy in power? The ones he convinced are victims put him in power, because that's how Marxism works, and it works so well. But it's being exposed, and South Africa will prosper, and people are waking up. So maybe this is good. Yo! Okay, I've said a lot. Anyway, cheers, guys. No, South Africa will prosper. Okay, cheers. I see there's 410 of you all quiet. I know it's because I'm dropping bombshells on you. And because Marxism is a cult, it's very, you always have to be very careful when speaking to people who are under a spell of a cult, right? Because they get angry with you. They can tell you the world will end on the 3rd of December 2025. But don't come on the 4th of December and say, it looks to me like the world is still around. They're going to be like, you don't get it. See, you don't get it because you are paid to be an enemy of our cult. So you got to step softly when dealing with cult issues. And one of the reasons why you got to step softly is because when a person comes out of a cult, it's very painful, because I have experienced the breaking of a spell in my life, and I can tell you what happens when a spell breaks and your eyes open. The first thing that happens is you get overwhelmed with a sense of embarrassment, a sense of how stupid am I? How did I let this, why am I so blind? You beat yourself up. And a lot of times as we do videos and things, a lot of people will come on and insult and say, who's paying you, who's whatever. They're not fighting me. They're fighting themselves, because it's like, it's becoming clear now. But I feel so dumb because I was part of supporting it. But here's what I'm going to say. Don't beat yourself up. I fell for it. I supported criminals who went all the way to Russia to learn how to take power from people. And how you do it is you convince them they are victims, and then you show them who's victimizing them, and then you promise to fight the victimizer on their behalf. And human beings, being who we are, we fall for it and we say, here, take power. That's all they want. They want power. Do they want women to stop dying? No. From what it looks like to me, they don't care who dies. I've got a minister right here who is helping your kids die of drug dealing, and many of the women who are killed because the guy was high anyway from drugs sold to him through a minister. But don't they want to fix it? No, they don't. No, but they say GBV. The fact that they call it GBV is part of the trick. Why don't they just say violence against women? Because no, that's got nothing to do with injured and dying women. That's a trick. Tell women you are victims of who? Of men. Okay, men are the oppressors, women are the oppressed. So, we've got a new department. It's called the GBV department. We've got a new word. It's got a GBV word. Check the stats. You'll see over 10 years after introduction of GBV, more women get injured. Why? They don't care who gets injured. They just want what? Power. And then they'll say, we need land. And then you check that the worst government with giving black people title deeds are the ones who say they're fighting for land. And when they do give land, it's to a comrade. See, because it gives them power, because they'll use that land for more political operations. And then they'll say, we're doing to empower the blacks. The whites are oppressors, blacks are the oppressed. Okay, cool, that sounds good. Empower me then. No. We give tenders to Ket Matlala, who once he gets the tender, everyone in ANC is phoning and is financing power, because it's about power. Marxism is all about power. When they talk equality equals power. When they talk sustainability equals power. It's the same neo-Marxism. It's like then they'll tell you, oh, let's set it up again. The earth is the victim. Human productivity or people are the victimizer. There we go. We've got an oppressed and an oppressor. People are oppressing the earth with what? We need to go green. Well, that's going to make South Africans poorer. Because if we burn coal, we have more energy for more factories. We can have more jobs. No, the earth is the oppressed. We want to make the earth green. So what are we going to do? We're going to go green. The equality, sustainability, all the garbage they spend talking at G20. Have you realized that in the middle of all that, the comrades have been paid $3 billion already? What do you think they used it for? Power. It's the same script. They just keep playing it over and over, right? Nobody cares about saving the planet. Nobody. Besides that, no one's actually clarified to anybody that, I do a lot of reading, I do a lot of watching. Don't ask me about saving the planet, because, all I know is the planet is oppressed, people are the oppressor. Therefore, raise money, just transition. Nonsense. I don't know why I'm talking so much and I see the chat's quiet. So, cheers guys. See you tomorrow morning. And let's hear what Senzo Mchunu says to answer whether did he disestablish the PKTT in order to help murderous drug dealers as alleged. Hopefully tomorrow he's gonna clarify, no guys, you're wrong, that's not why I did it. Why I did it is this. So, but South Africa will prosper because that whole thing will not win. We win. We win. South Africa will prosper. So 382 of you here, please just type at the bottom, South Africa will prosper. See you tomorrow 8 in the morning. Cheers.